As we can see here on the monthly, right, we're about halfway through the month or 2 weeks into the month now with just about 2.5 weeks left. We can see the monthly really hasn't changed much. We do have an outside month, right? The current month is, has broken the low of the previous month and the high of the previous month. So we've got to kind of check on both. We've basically come back to center or back to our equilibrium, our gravitational pull that's kind of been pulling the market back to the same spot pretty much over and over. That's that 3740-ish area. Really no change here on the monthly. On the weekly, we can see how we closed the previous week, right? A very tight week, still inside that week from the first of the month, or the first week of the month, right? Where we kind of set the high and the low of this, well, what is now, was this 3, 4, 5, 6 week balance here. And those are going to be the key levels, right? So that high being that 4206 quarter and that low being that 4062 quarter. Those are really the key levels. If sellers want to get anything going, they're going to have to start breaking that level and then start pushing lower to the downside. If buyers want to get anything going, they're going to be looking to push towards that level as on the high. On the daily, you can see it's just getting, just more and more kind of just disgusting looking. Really, it's just pretty much all over the place. You can see we're basically still inside the Fed day, right? It's that CPI day with that big, we opened up, moved down, back and forth, and we're pretty much just sitting in a balance here. So that key higher here is going to be that 4169.5, right? So above 4169.5, we still have that gap above that starts up at 4177 quarter, right? That's going to be kind of a key level. We're looking to up there. The level that we talked about last week is this 4156, right? And the market's trading 4144 now. Oh, it's come down a little bit since last time I looked, but that 4156.50 area, that's going to be really kind of the first key that the market really needs to kind of get above, start holding if it wants to start looking to test that upside at all. If not, we kind of just continue to look in this balance. You can see we have these almost exactly equal lows, right? So typically we like to view this as a weak low. So should the market trade down here, there's decent odds that it tests down below, right? We do have a gap here, a fairly large gap here, and then another fairly large gap. Oops, terrible line, but back over here. So still have some trap short, longer term trap short inventory below us that the market would have to supply in order to really gain some downside moves. We zoom out here, you can really kind of see how much the market is just kind of coiling in here, and so we just want to be careful to not get too offsides, right? We've seen responsive buying for the most part at the low of this balance. So you just want to make sure, we come down here, you look for responsive buying again. Just don't get trapped and hold thinking if it does start to make a move, right? Remember, on the breakup balance, the first thing you look for is you monitor for continuation. Jumping into some economic data here real quick. We can see we've got Fed Bostic on right now. And then we've got Kashkari here in 3 minutes. And then you've got Barkin on at 12:30. And then you've got Cook tonight at 5 o'clock. And then we get some Chinese data later on there. Switching over to the heat map here. We look at the month's performance so far. We can see for the most part relatively red across the board. I can't close this ad. It's just insane. Relatively red across the board, right? Especially in healthcare and especially in energy, even though we can't really see it. So you can click on it to learn more, but you can't close it. That's crazy. Anyways, something that we've talked about and something that we'll need to see is that we will want to see these banks start to improve, right? You still see them down a pretty decent amount. If we just look at last week's performance overall, the market really didn't do that hot. We didn't really go anywhere in the market, so that makes pretty much complete sense. Um, you can see Google had a really big day, right? Google announced their really big week. That Google announced their Bard AI, and how AI is super big right now. So that was a big driver of Google last week, and so that'll be kind of the key moving forward, and we'll kind of see um, what this week brings. And then year to date, you can still see, for the most part, it's big tech that is really just driving the market up. And so we've talked about this. If the market is going to start making a move up, what we'd like to see is a um, rotation, right? Not necessarily saying tech has to come down too much, but we just want to see some firming of the banks, right? Because if there is really no fear in the banks like they're leading us to believe, right? A lot of these people saying, oh, most of the bank fears are pretty much gone, blah, blah, blah. Then we should see a little bit of firming up into the bank sector, or this the financial sector, which we just haven't seen yet. Energy is getting kind of beat up, which is really no surprise, right? Oil's been kind of taking a bath lately, even though it's up about a 0.5%, back about $70 now. Um, but yeah. Another thing we can look at real quick while we're here, if we look over here at the indices, we'll take a peek through these, and we're looking at the COT report, right? The COT report's right down here as well. I know we normally look at it at a different website. You could still look at a different website. It's just a quicker way to kind of scan through them. We could see our commercial traders still long, commercial hedgers still short. For the most part, S&P looks about the same, right? You can see kind of widening margin commercial hedgers. And then if you look on the E-mini, this is the S&P 500 stock, so the SPX, and then the E-mini is still about the same, right? NASDAQ, though, this is where it looks interesting. You can see commercial hedgers on the NASDAQ actually coming down here pretty steadily for the first time in a while, and you're getting these large traders speculating long here. So typically we call these larger traders dumb money, right? Or they're typically wrong for the most part. So this would be something that we kind of pay attention to here. Um, and then looking at the Russell, right? Russell's pretty flat, and then the rest we're not really looking at. You could look at the VIX, right? VIX is still, people are still kind of hedging for the long VIX, right? Expecting eventually we're going to be breaking out of this rather large balance that the market's trading in. Switching over to the profiles here, and we can do a little recap of Friday's session. For the most part, we got some liquidation, right? Really shaped up like a B-shaped profile. You got selling early on. We started one time framing down, a little tick up there in D period, but for the most part kept continuing. Same thing here in F period. Market started kind of to firm up. We started to put a little 45-degree on the bottom, and then into the close, you got more, pretty much everyone short covering. It had looked like short time frame traders were for the most part out in force on Friday, and that's kind of who's controlling the market. And as we can see, pretty much spot on there. See a little bit of continuation here, more short covering. I think people tried to probably short early last night, right? We opened, kind of ticked down a little bit, trapped some people short, and then since have kind of popped up. Let's take a peek at the settle. I don't think my settle's right. Settle from Friday was 38. So we've got inventory pretty much, I'd probably call it 80% net long, maybe maybe more, maybe less. It's gonna kind of be the judge there. Morning, Roach. But for the most part, we're still inside this Friday's range, and we're really still inside Wednesday's range, right? You've got that high up there, that's at 69.5. You've got this T2 low, which is 12 quarter. I think actually we did take that low by like a tick or so, or maybe like a point or so. It wasn't by much. Morning, Jamie. And so that'll be kind of the key to watch today. Kind of what I'm looking for today, right, is basically the same thing we were looking for on Friday. We'd like to see this thing kind of firm up over 50, right? 56 being, really the kind of key upper equilibrium. Like to see it kind of firm up over that, and then be looking for some more continuation to the upside. And if not, and we can't really hold over the 50, we're almost kind of expecting that 56 to act as resistance and kind of fade back into this chop zone, back down to 37 quarter or 37.75, 38.40, whichever level you want to call it. It's been an equilibrium. You can see just, for the most part, the center of all these profiles has basically been right here around that 40 level. And then, below that 32, we start to look for some downside 25, and then that 12, 15 area, right? Still in a very, kind of choppy range. And just remember, if we do break these lows or break these highs, the first thing we want to look for is continuation, right? So we don't just want to be fading up here just because, but if it does pop up and then starts to look weak, then that's when you look for that fade to come back into like the 50s and the 40s. Same thing below here. If it breaks that low, gets into this gap, we look for continuation first, right? And that continuation would take us down to fill the gap. If it starts to look weak, we can look to fade it back up to these 25s and these 40s. Off of the open today, really, since we're opening up inside of yesterday's range, inside of the single prints from Friday, we kind of expect that old business to get taken care of first. And so we'll look to see if you get, right, because we assume that there's some longs trapped. We'll look to see if there's some selling immediately. We do have some overnight inventory that's pretty much long, and we're trading below where the point of control was at. So we'll look to see if there's a little correction of overnight inventory that takes us back towards this big chunk of volume down near that 38. If it does, you start to see the market firm up. That's yesterday's or Friday's value area high, Friday's point of control, big volume point of control on this distribution from the past 7 days, right? Or 8 days, I guess, 8-day balance now here. And look to see if buyers show up and kind of respect that area, targeting that 50 level. Really, this 50 area could act as resistance as well. Above the 50, you want to see it hold that 56 and then get the upside. If it doesn't hold the settle, right, same idea. So that's pretty much, patience is going to be the key here early on in the session, and pretty much for the most part all week.
Morning, Brad.
Morning, Dan. What's going on here? This other, where's our little, with the market opening up, I mean, we're just, 7 handles above the settle, the tick, and everything most likely going to be pretty neutral unless we catch a little bit more of a bid. We've got about 9 minutes left until the market up, so maybe a little bit more volatility, but let's see. Apple looks, pretty firm leading into the open. Same thing with Microsoft. Same thing with Nvidia. See how this plays out. Hopefully everyone had a good Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. You guys all had a wonderful day. And continue that on until today. Take a little peek at the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq and the Dow both kind of relatively looking similar, trading in probably the upper third of their profiles from Friday. Morning, Zoe. Identified as a mother yesterday, so I have to get any gifts. Morning, Tobias. Cheating the system, huh, Roach? A little bit of a bigger expected move today because of all of the Fed speakers on, right? The market's kind of pricing in. It looks like about 21 points. Typically, on average, it's been not much less. It's been about 17. So looking like we're still in a negative gamma space as well. That means more selling might come in if we get downside. The market makers might be forced to hedge a little bit more effectively on the downside than. Shoot. And it looks like that 4130 is a big gamma strike as well. Once again. Got a really high put game on that 41.75. Well, so that's kind of interesting. New York Manufacturing Index plunges most since April 2020. Remember, we have Kashkari on right now, so monitoring for some headlines coming out of that here early in this session. We've got about 2 minutes left. And the trade from Friday ended up working out all the way back to the 50 in the overnight session, so that was a nice trade. Just had to hold it through. All right, there's the open. A bit more downside. Much what we expected. Let's see how it acts around this, if it gets down here to this 40.38 level. That's kind of what we were expecting. A little bit of overnight inventory correction here.
I have one call count, two call counts in the main spot, and one in the alternate, so it should be getting into calls all the way around. Yep, they both got into calls. And I was getting calls pre-count for both data sets, so see what happens.
We have a bid stepping up there. See down here at this low. You see some trap shorts here on the 41. Pops it up nice. Get some more shorts stuck down here on this. What is this? 41 quarter. See if they can try to reoffer this level. Nice. Now let's see what else they got. That's it. You can see some liquidation here early on, right? You see the kind of these thin spots start to form. Yeah, there it goes. See that big buyer step in, right? So someone covered. You see a bunch of liquidations and then a bunch of people covering their short right there. So now this is kind of like make or break time for, I mean, pretty much buyers. This is like the most agreed upon spot, right? So we'll see here if, if buyers are going to step up, right? Or if sellers are going to continue to try to move the market lower. You're seeing a little bit of a bounce right here, right? So that big buyer kind of step in. So someone who had been short or probably accumulated a short was looking to cover right at 38, right at the settle, you know, just kind of expecting a little correction to overnight inventory for us to trade back to an equilibrium. So there's probably a larger trader. I'm not sure of like this, the time frame of the trader, but a larger trader that's kind of trading the equilibrium as well. And it shouldn't be, very difficult to see equilibriums when on for an extended period of time now. The Dow's really getting crushed here. Nasdaq doesn't look as weak. The Microsoft is actually heading pretty low, but Apple looks like it caught a little bit of a bid, and so did Nvidia
And AMD,
and AMD.
because both those are in the green.
Yeah, I wish I closed my short at 38 quarter. Taken at this point. You can see the tick is fairly neutral here. Let's go ahead and watch this 1 minute tick here. A little bit of a bounce there. You see some big buying coming in down here, this 34 half, back to this 38. And you're seeing the market's getting kind of choppy right here around this big volume cluster. There's no surprise there. Dow's still kind of getting crushed here. Volume definitely slowing down a little bit. U.S. Supreme Court is going to hear Biden administration bid to block Democratic lawsuit seeking documents related to former Trump International Hotel in Washington. It's a fucking my breath reading that. Continued short here. Nasdaq came right up back to his half back and then just started selling off. So it looks like some more selling coming into the Nasdaq here. A little bit of a nice bounce there. You see the POC shift lower, markets above. So on a retest here, or just some information that the profile might allow us, we kind of assume that if it gets above this mark here, this 36, and leaves this weak volume here, that sellers didn't have an opportunity to reoffer it, and now they must be stuck below this volume shelf here. And so that would probably take us back to the 40, 38 half, or 38 settle 40. Nasdaq catching a little bit of a bid, coming back up to its half back, which is a little bit lower now because it extended the range. The Dow's also catching a little bit of a bid. Oh, there goes some selling. So they fill that in there. See that? So they got a chance to reoffer it, and they did. Now you want to see, can they get back below this little volume shelf down here? If they can't, then we pretty much assume that, that this is 34 to 33. So 34 over here on the profile to 33. You look and you've got about almost 2,000 contracts stuck short down here. Interesting. You see the weighted AD going positive, right? Financials, communications, tech, and healthcare both looking pretty bearish, but weighted AD trying to go positive. Getting a lot of volume down here, but gets upticked, little liquidation there. Little reoffer coming in the 36. Nasdaq back up to its half back. That was actually below its Globex low, or broken its Globex low. It's at its Globex low now. Nasdaq nowhere close, almost back over its open. Microsoft pretty much recovered. Little check below into value and kind of return back up to the high there. So basically, how I'm looking at this now, right? I mean, there's opportunities, I guess, to fade this low, right? To get long off this low. But in order for the market to really show some strength, and I know we're in a small range, 11 points here, the market needs to get above 40. You can see here on the profile, right? There was really no contracts that traded off that liquidation from that 40 quarter. You have a zero here. So if it wants to show a little bit of strength, it's going to have to get back up there because we can assume there's some trapped longs from above there. And then also, above that Globex
Nasdaq
high
broke
as
its
well.
open. Nasdaq's above its open now.
Yep, Nasdaq making a new high here.
Nasdaq is below its open again. Just barely though. Basically right there.
See, so this is what I was talking about, right? If the market can't get back above that 40 quarter, then we just stay on the short side, right? Until it can get back above there and unlock some of these longs that are stuck. And we don't really want to be, like I said, you could fade the low if you want, but you want to be careful doing stuff like that. And then better off going with the direction that the market's going. in this situation. I'll be right back. Next level down is like 20. What was this? 28 half, maybe. Where there's probably some buyers. Dow's still getting crushed here. You can see the sector boxes getting a little bit more red, especially staples, energy, weighted ADs making a low. The tick's still holding fairly strong here. The breadth is pretty neutral. Kashkari says labor market is still not as frothy as 9 months ago, but still strong overall. So Kashkari doing what he does best, making these backhanded compliments to the market. Oh, it's bad, but it's not that bad. I don't understand the point of having these Fed speakers on all the time if they're not going to actually say what they think. They're just saying like mostly nothing. They're like walking around all these questions. Like just give us the fucking truth. What do you think? What's interesting here, right, and it's something to pay attention to, is we got the initial move down, right? Open market opens, little volume comes in, we get that nice liquidation, bunch of volume comes in. But now we're making a new low, get a little bit of volume coming in, but we'd like to see an increase in volume if we're going to get continuation to the downside, right? So we're really a 13.5 point range, but it's definitely something that we want to be paying attention to. You've only seen one tick close below the zero line here. A lot of selling coming in here, but they're having trouble breaking this area.
There's a lot of buyers in here too that in too, right in this,
Yeah, down here.
you know, yeah,
Yeah, like they're kind of
kind of just,
meeting them.
yeah, it's like a battle.
Some volume finally coming in down here lower. I thought we were gonna trade the 28, to be honest. 28 half. We still might.
Yeah, I think we still will. I think we're gonna
Yeah.
maybe maybe a little flush below this low and then a pop up. They could catch
Yeah.
some shorts on the wrong side.
Just being real tight now because I don't want to get stuck in a little short covering rally like back up to 37.
Yeah,
And this makes sense, you know, theoretically, because we assumed, right, that Friday's session was short covering, right? This move up off the low was short covering, followed by Globex continuation, right? You had some people that tried to reoffer here, but too many shorts wanted to cover leading into today's session, and then they ran into the seller basically at the same spot that all these people didn't get to sell before. So not necessarily saying that this is a strong seller up here, up at this kind of 50 area, but strong enough, right? And then now you've got the momentum traders, you know, pretty much covering here. And as we get back down into Friday's value here, this is where we have to start being a little bit more cautious, you know, especially if we do get below that Globex low, because there's definitely shorts that are still short from Friday, stuck short down here, right? As you see that 45-degree angle, that kind of tells you that there's definitely some stuck shorts, and we had a poor low. Um, saying that kind of actual real selling dried up. Got these Brad prints here, still kind of extending from 24 to 21. That'd be the area that we'll be looking for a bounce if there's gonna be a bounce, right? I mean, if we can't break the Globex low, then there's opportunity here. But if we do break that Globex low, that this area here is where we expect shorts that are stuck to start covering. Now, if we see an offer come in this area, then we can almost kind of expect this poor low, which is a weak low with these other days, right, to be tested at least.
Yeah, they stuck a bunch of shorts on the low there, but no buyers stepped in yet. 29 they stuck.
Oh yeah, I see that. 718.
But no bid stepped in.
My fucking hands are freezing today. Microsoft's still trying to hold ground. Apple's kind of checking back below. Apple trying to move back a little bit lower here. Same with Microsoft. Gold is divergent, showing possible upside coming in. It's showing volume coming up versus volume coming down. A lot more volume coming. Basically, since the morning too, like since the start of the day, the gold's been positive. It's interesting too. I mean, look at the tick. Right, tick has been pretty much positive the entire session, but yet we've traded lower. So surprise, surprise, we bounced off the 28 quarter. So if this thing comes back down to the 30, look to see if they reoffer this 30 to try to get it back down below this 20, what is that, 29, where all these sellers seem to be probably stuck. Starting to see the tick get below the 0 level here. The NASDAQ breadth is basically sitting at 0. Against declines 912. S&P is like 16 positive. Dow's negative 8. Take a little peek at our heat map here. See, the financial sector actually not doing too bad, right? In comparison. And that's probably why. So let me pull this over. So you can see, right, Tobias is talking about the vol being divergent. We've seen the tick being divergent as well. Well, if we look at the S&P 500, right, we're getting selling in tech, which immediately causes a little bit of panic. But you're seeing the financial sector get a little bit of green, right? And so, right, maybe a little bit less selling here in the bigger sectors, but we've got a lot of upticks, a lot of volume coming into the financial sector here. And that could be what's causing that divergence right there. So that'd be definitely something to pay attention to, right? Pay attention to the banking sector or the financial sector here to see if it still kind of holds on to this positivity. If it starts to lose the positivity, here's that 30. Look to see if there's a reoffer here. You're kind of seeing it. But if it loses the green, then we can expect some more downside. If it holds some green, then maybe we get a little bit more choppy price action. A decent offer coming in. They want to get back down to that 29 for sure. Little peek around the block here. You've got Tesla down 1%. You've got Nvidia down 1%. You've got Netflix down 0.75. Microsoft's 0.1. Meta is down 0.25, even though it's showing green. That's because it opened on a gap higher. Google's actually up 1%, even though it's showing down 0.2 because it opened lower. Amazon's down 1.3%. AMD down 0.79. Apple down 0.79 as well. You've got bonds basically sitting flat. You've got the Dow down. You've got the VIX up. Right, there goes that 29. And we're kind of expecting now to go to just 24.75, 21.5 level red prints for. You've got oil up 0.5%. Bitcoin basically sitting at flat, opened up on a gap higher. The dollar down about 0.22. So you've got more in you, buddy. Come on. Mr. Sandman, bring me. I got that song stuck in my head now. The old ass song from like the 20s, I think. Or was it from the 50s? Yeah, from the 50s. From Back to the Future. You guys seen that movie?
Hasn't seen that.
I mean,
I do want to see the new Guardian of the Galaxy though. That looks pretty good.
it was good.
Have you seen that yet?
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah, I took the kids to see it.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was good. It wasn't as good as Endgame, like the commercial says, but it was good. It was really good. It just like Endgame was just so good, you know. Like it's hard because like Endgame had like every superhero. Had everybody in it, right? So
Yeah.
but I mean, the Guardians of the Galaxies are probably my favorite movies. They're the
Well, the
funniest.
soundtracks are awesome.
Oh yeah, the soundtracks are great. Yeah, and in this one, it's actually a new soundtrack, but it's like it's because he plays that tape from his mom all the time.
Yeah.
In this one, he gets another tape from his mom, so it's another cool soundtrack.
How do you get another tape from his mom?
It's like a gift that his mom gave him in the first movie that he never opened.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I love the interaction between those characters. Like they're so funny, like Drax, and then interacting with like what's the fucking Mantis? That's like one of my favorite parts is like the second movie, like when they meet Mantis.
I didn't know that big guy was an actual wrestler before. I was watching him wrestle.
Oh, Batista? Yeah.
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 Yeah, he's huge. I love the interaction on the ones between Thor and Chris. There his name is.
Oh yeah, Chris Hemsworth. Yeah, he's Chris Pratt.
He's like,
Like we know who's in charge.
Are you mocking me?
You're mocking the God Man.
That is a man. Oh, you're cute. You're a cutie.
We can get some continuation here. The fuck was that? Oh, I'm flat. That thing backticks me at 24.5. I didn't even see that. That was weird. I didn't even see it jump up. I was playing it real tight though, because we're coming basically right into an area where we're expecting buyers to kind of show up, even if it's old business buyers. So it's fine. Apple made a new low. Nvidia made a new low as well. Nvidia needs to get back above 258. Microsoft did not make a new low. Kashkari says deeply skeptical of CBDCs, though will keep an open mind.
The governor of Florida outlawed, or is going to outlaw CBDCs.
Yeah,
He's
he's
Australia can do that.
DeSantis.
Federal. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's basically trying to like make Florida their own solvent nation. He's like just going against anytime anyone like something, they're like, no, fuck you. He's getting a lot of backlash. I don't know. He's supposed to run for president too, I think.
Yeah.
And then everyone's talking about this Trump interview on CNN. I didn't see it, but I guess he like made everyone look stupid or something. I don't know.
I don't know. Trump did pretty good. I mean, they gave him so much shit about his answer about Ukraine, but he had the right answer. You know.
He's always been good at interviews.
Yeah, they're trying to get him to pick sides, and he wouldn't do it. But Kennedy's been coming out, man, talking all kinds of shit about the CIA and killing his dad, and
yeah, he's gonna end up just like his rest of his family if he doesn't shape up. Unfortunately.
Well, what's his name? The Senate Majority Leader Schumer said in an interview about about Trump not to mess with the CIA because they have 6 ways of Sunday to get back at you. That's what he said about a sitting president, that the CIA can get back at you. He has 6 ways of Sundays, which is pretty insane. I mean, but it's the
Some
truth.
people just don't care. Yeah. So you're really seeing the market kind of slow, right? The tempo is starting to slow, but the volume's still moving lower here, and we're still. I mean, where are we? Oh, we're still a little bit of time before C period opens up, so we're still getting a little bit of volume. We've got 56 contracts traded at the low and a 250 bid sitting right on there, so looking to fill. So look to see if these sellers try to reoffer here, like 28, 29 area. Should these bids at 25 get the market to pop?
Over.
What? Over easy? No, I'd rather have them scrambled.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you see there was another speaker?
Yeah, there's a couple
Today?
more speakers today. The next one might not be till after the market closes. I know
There's another
there's
one
either a
right now.
bunch today or tomorrow. There's a bunch. Right now, oh yeah, there's Barkins on at 12:30. That's who's on 12:30, and then there's Governor Cook at 5 o'clock tonight. And then we've got Mester tomorrow. We've got retail sales tomorrow as well. That's pretty much. Oh, then Barr's testimony. So that's a little bit more. And that's at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So that's going to be a little bit more possible market moving. Just because he's going to be getting kind of grilled instead of just speaking. And then you got Williams at 12:15, Logan at 3:30, 3:15. Barkin, I think, tomorrow. Let me see. Bar.
Oh, I think you said Barr.
Yeah, Barr.
What,
Yeah.
William Barr? The CIA guy, William Barr?
No, the Fed Bar.
Oh, okay.
Michael S. Barr. And then Bostic is on tomorrow during Globex. Then we get all the GDP stuff out of Japan. It should be some decent tradable for those of you that trade Globex. So coming back into that 28, this is what we are looking for, right? Looking to see if they're going to reoffer this level here. Buyer's still trying to step up here. You can see 27.75. About 7 minutes until C period opens up. There it goes. I think the longer they stay above this 29, the more kind of suspect the low becomes, right? Just because you've got a bunch of selling coming into that 29, we start to stay above it, you get a lot more people that are probably going to start covering shorts. Remember, we still have that spot up above, which is like 40 quarter, 40 area is a weak point that buyers need to get above to show strength. So far today, the market's been pretty easy to trade. The Dow and the Nasdaq both catching a little bit of a bounce. The Nasdaq never broke its Globex low. The Dow's back trading at its Globex low right now. We kind of can expect some selling on half back, right? You notice kind of where half back's at. It's right where this big volume cluster comes in. So if we come up here, start to see an offer, check back 28 area, 29 area.
AMD is still pushing its low. Nvidia too. Not doing so hot. Oh, yes, it's definitely catching a bid. looks like they're starting to do a little bit of recovery. AMD and NVIDIA are slightly bouncing.
The financials have gone back to green. Weighted AD is basically flat. The tick is almost making a high of day here. I mean, not including like the first move down, but the first move up. Yeah, pretty much making the high of day here. Came up right to half back. It's a little bit of an offer here. We'll look to see if it tests this 29. For bids on the 30-ish. Where's these sellers stuck at here? So they bid up in front of the 29 as C period opens up there. But let's see what we get.
Are those offers stuck at 30 quarter? Is that what that is? That 318?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, they could definitely be stuck. You see like a little bit of a ledge there, and then bid step up right behind them. You see period and take that B high. You see the market climb above the 50, right? So breaking that downtrend. Right, it's been sitting in basically since like 8:30 this morning, kind of holding that downtrend, right? Still below the VWAP, but this is kind of our first sign of change here in the market. Not necessarily saying that it's going to just start rallying from here, but just something, you know, that we always pay attention to, or at least, you know, try to notice. Failure to break that C high, which is now mechanical, like ultra mechanical, right? Half back and off the B high, kind of tells us that short-term time frame traders are still kind of maintaining control at this point. We'll see. Sure, it sounds good. I made Pico de Gallo yesterday and it was fucking fire. Oh, thank you. And avocado. I feel like I'm at a restaurant. Thank you. No, this is perfect.
What was the Pico for?
I just made it from others. Just a dip chipsu.
Oh, yeah.
Eat it.
All right.
So catch you the bid out of that same spot right there. At like 31 quarter.
Oh, they broke it. They finally broke it. I was wondering if they were going to make that happen.
Morning.
Hey, Tommy.
How's it going?
Hey, what's up, Tommy?
Doing well. How you doing?
All good, all good. How you guys going?
Good.
Doing well.
Pretty
When we
easy morning
eventually
to
get
read
out
so
of-
far.
Yeah, you think when we eventually get out of this range, we'll get a bit of a move with it, Brad?
Yeah, I think
It's been coiling up for a while now, hasn't it?
yeah, for like months. And that's the thing that we definitely need to like pay attention to or just be aware of, right? Because if we look on the monthly here, you know,
Like balance, we get balance on the smaller time frame within balance on the bigger time frame, and then that's within balance on that time frame. You know what I mean? Like the weekly's balancing in the monthly, the fucking daily's balancing within the weekly.
exactly. And I even think like if we did get a break to the downside and got all the way to this 3700, which is kind of the low of this monthly balance, you would get basically all retail, all news people, everyone would just be like, "Ah, the fucking end is near," like the world's crashing, and that would be like a perfect time to buy long term.
It's when you need to add a few stocks to the portfolio.
Right, exactly. How are you getting on?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. You eating posh breakfasts?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, posh boy. Got your avocados.
Well, in California, avocados are like apples. They're just everywhere. You just eat them.
Yeah, it's because you got all the fucking vegans there.
Well, no, even like before being vegan was cool. Like when I was a kid, we had an avocado
Who
tree
said it
in
was
our.
cool? Who said it was cool?
Well, the
You must have
people
different people where you are.
people think it's cool in California.
Did it actually stop at halfback, or did it break halfback?
It's above halfback now.
Oh, okay.
But like I had an avocado tree at the apartment complex that my mom lived at when I was a kid, and I would just fucking take them off there and eat them.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I get an avocado, it's probably from Mexico.
Yeah,
Not that I like. I'm pretty sure that's where a lot of them come from in the UK.
Honduras?
Avocados from Mexico. That's what the commercials in America.
Oh.
Oh, is it? Yeah, yeah. It must be
Yeah.
then. It must be Mexico.
It's funny because in California, you get a lot of avocados from Mexico, but on the East Coast, all of our avocados are from California. So California
what's that?
imports Mexican avocados because they're cheaper,
The cheap ones.
sells them to the East Coast,
Yeah.
makes some money. They're still broke as fuck.
Because all their corporate taxes are leaving because everyone and their dog is trying to get out of California.
Why is everyone trying to get out of Cali?
So it's just like a
Losing
fucking
leadership.
lawless land of the West. That's why. Wanted to watch this special. CNN had a special this weekend. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but it was called like "What Happened to San Francisco," and like San Francisco basically, like everyone's just like leaving San Francisco. Because San Francisco, when I was a kid, was actually like real nice. We used to go there, take like the BART train, ride your skateboard. Like it was actually not bad. And now it's just like, you know, fucking homeless everywhere. Everyone's doing heroin all over the place. And like they don't enforce any laws. So like people like the homeless are just like comfortable doing heroin like middle of the day, right in the, you know, in the open.
Street and shit. Yeah.
Well, and they've moved out. They used to just be, in the Mission District. That was really just where the majority of it happened. I mean, if you went to the Mission District when you were a kid, it was happening.
Yeah.
Nobody went there. The problem is now is that it's basically spread out from there, and it's become more commonplace all over San Francisco.
And they used to have a law like back when I was a kid that if you were homeless, you couldn't sleep during the day. So like you wouldn't find homeless people sleeping at the parks and stuff during the middle of the day. They'd have to be up like, you know, fucking out rummaging. But now they just fucking, you know, do heroin all night, sleep all day at the park. So parks are around too. I mean, you figure like the poverty level in the Bay Area is like $80,000. So if you make under $80,000, you actually qualify for like government assistance. And then you figure like $80,000 pretty much anywhere else is like making good money, but not in the Bay Area.
Yeah, we'll tax you on your money, but then we'll help you. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Back to this 35, 36.
Yeah, if these buyers can get back above that 40 level, I think they could get some movement to the upside, but till then, they're kind of just stuck like in this little choppy area here. Starting to seem like a lot more shorts got stuck lower though.
Well, we haven't dipped back below. I mean, what's our lowest point right now?
What are you looking at there, Brad? Where you
33?
can see the big orders on the sell side, and we've gone past them.
Well, on 40 when we came down, there was no trades there, so it liquidated and that's what I'm looking at. Yeah. And then on the low side, in order for sellers to kind of get anything going, they need to get back below 29s because once we pop back above 29, we never traded back below it. They tried to reoffer it, it got stuck, and then they popped above it, and then never were able to get back below it. And then this most recent time, they got trapped on 30 quarter and 31.
Yeah.
And then you kind of see like more sellers trying to come in reoffer, but no consistency or no like strength there.
Yeah, no, a lot of these recently, haven't we? Like these kind of V like recoveries, like we come down, touch a level, and then literally just take everything back that we came down on.
Yeah, and we're getting the opposite as well on the top. Like the market makes a high and then
Hits the top, slams all
immediately,
the way down. Yeah,
yep. No one wants
and
to
there's
hold
kind
on to any positions.
yeah, that must be it. Yeah, because there's not really much balance in between the levels. It kind of shoots from one level to the next level, back to the level, back to the next level.
Yeah, like if we really look at this, like it comes up and as soon as it gets up there, it starts to slam
Yeah.
down. This day kind of paused, but like same thing. Like come up here, slam down, was up here, slam down. As soon as it got here, it popped up. Same
Yeah, the
idea.
10th
Slam down,
and
popped
the
up.
next day.
Same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know it definitely wasn't trading like that before.
Yeah, I think pretty much everyone just kind of.
You think that's just because there's just like weak money in the market, that there's just no one really, it's just not a lot of volume, so it's just going from place to place fairly easy.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to hold either. Like I just think everyone's kind of like, no, I'm not doing that.
When did you close out your trade?
The one from Friday?
Yeah, the one you held over the weekend.
Oh, it closed overnight. Yeah, it closed that.
What, yesterday? Oh yeah, cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
what hit
like,
your TP?
yeah.
That's a nice start to the week.
Yeah. Yeah, it was nice that it actually hit that the 38 before
Before, yeah, I thought that
because
as well. So it took all your
yeah,
risk off.
exactly. And I only had to hold one through the weekend, so that wasn't too bad.
What happens if you held one through the weekend, but you've got a stop at break even, but it opens lower than your stop? Does it just close out for you?
Yeah, but it'll close out at whatever the
Wherever it
market opens
opens.
at.
Yeah, got you.
I watched a movie this weekend with fucking what's his face? Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Trigger.
What's that movie called? I'd never seen it before, but it's about a it's a based
What,
on a true
Ewan McGregor?
story.
That guy?
Ewan McGregor, that's his name.
Yeah. It's based on a true story about a Bank of England that failed, like the bank that funded the Louisiana Purchase. They're like pretty historic bank. What was it called? Um, a Rogue Trader. It's called
Okay.
Rogue Trader.
Is
It was
it on
actually
one of the?
it was on
Old
YouTube.
school.
Yeah, it's an old movie. Yeah, it's like one of his like older movies before he was, before he was Obi-Wan.
Before he was the one.
Alright, it's back on the pit and shit, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like basically like he works for a bank in England and then they send him to Singapore to run the trade desk over in Singapore and then he basically just fucking bankrupts the bank on the down low. This is like back when before everything was digital, so you entered everything into the computer after. So there's a lot more opportunity for fraud.
Yeah, I
And I
don't
have
think I've
the
really seen much trading films, to be honest.
some of them are great.
Trading Places is the best. That's the best trading movie I've ever seen.
Yeah, Trading Places is good.
I mean, it teaches you a
What
lot
other
about
ones
how it works.
are well known?
Well, like The Big Short is a pretty well known one.
Wall Street.
Margin Call,
Yeah,
is that
Wall
a big
Street.
one?
Margin Call is a big one.
Margin Call's a good one.
There's a bunch of like I like to watch more of the ones that are like based on a true story. Which I guess most of these are actually based on a true story. But I like to watch the ones that are based on a true story and actually have like a documentary about the true
Oh,
story
it's
after you
Kevin
watch the
Spacey.
movie.
I don't know if I could be watching that.
The the Wolf of Wall Street. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
It's
I've
not
seen the
a
Wolf of
bad
Wall
movie,
Street, but
but
it's not really too.
it's
It's kind of not
so
really trading, is it?
so dramatized. I mean, they totally just like play up
It's fucking
everything.
funny though. I think that film's fucking funny.
Yeah,
When
I
he
love
tries
that
to
movie.
get in his car after he took the loose, that's so
Yeah.
funny.
And then he gets home. He's like, I did not hit anything. And he goes out, and you see his
Car's
Ferrari. I'm
just
sorry,
fucked up.
Lamborghini, and it's all just like
Yeah.
jacked.
No, it was a Ferrari. Yeah.
It was like some fucking. They were from Japan, 20 years old. The tablets or something when they took it. It's funny.
I watched this
Super
one called
loose.
like The Code. It was a documentary about the high frequency traders and how like how they take advantage of the market and how they actually cause some of these high frequency codes cause liquidations and stuff like that. Pretty interesting to watch, I thought. Oh, Microsoft's making a high here. That's what's bringing the market up.
Nvidia's pushing a little bit higher too.
I'm absorbing up here on this high. There's a lot. That's a lot of volumes traded up on there. Like that 37.25. It's a lot of lots. You see, when you get the zero trades on one side of the market, Brad, a lot of the time they do get traded back within the same day, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, and then basically what you do is you just draw a line there and be like, all right, well, if buyers can't get above here, then they're weak. So like, there's obviously opportunities from the long side, but as we get close to this, it's not like you want to be buying this as a breakout.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
more
yeah.
looking for them to step up on the
Just-
backside of that.
Right, yeah, see what the reaction is at the level to see if they carry on pushing it down, right?
Right. I bought this book this weekend too. Let's see what's it called? It was out of that book, the book that Pop was reading. What's that fucking book called?
Babylon, Richest Man of Babylon.
No. The Best Loser Wins. That book.
Oh, yeah.
He talks about this book. One of his friends was used like this thing called the Taylor trading technique, and so there's a book on it. I bought it. I'm gonna read it. Based off 30-minute bars. So I thought it'd be interesting to see like kind of if it has some of the same rules or like some of the same similarities as the profile does.
What is it, like a strategy which he talks through and then explains, or?
I'm not sure. He talks about how his friend traded this Taylor trading technique, and his friend went from like really rich to really poor. Um, but it's all. I mean, I always like to read stuff like that. It's like the what's it called? To Turtle Traders was kind of similar read. A little bit of an offer comes in there. 39. Is that 39.5?
Yeah, I need to check back through Market Wizards. There was someone in there, one of the traders I really liked listening to, and I think he's got a book, so I just need to go back and see which trader it was.
Yeah, that's always a good idea, especially someone like, someone that like catches your interest I think is always a good like
Yeah, you
follow on
absorb
or a
it
good
more,
read.
when you're like more engaged in it.
Right. That's why that book, The Black Swan by Nassim Taleb, is such a good read if you are in like if you're a follower of the market profile, because he basically just kind of for the first part of the book just talks about how the profile doesn't work. And so because basically when he first discovered the profile he was so resistant towards it, but he really goes like on and on about it, and it's really good. I actually really enjoyed reading it. Oh, the floored one's great. Yeah. Well, yeah, they followed the crowd, like the open cry system. Those floored traders. There's tons of good trading documentaries and stuff like that, all over YouTube. You just got to find them. Once you find one, though, then then they're all recommended. Then it's easy to find the other one. Nasdaq coming back up. It's about 10 handles below its open. The Dow is not doing bad as well. Dow's kind of recovering pretty strongly here. Also, everything kind of approaching back towards the open here. Little bid stepping up there, 39. Let's see how that trades right here. See the tick trying to make another high of day here. Kind of see where the selling's coming in.
Sorry if anyone spoke to me, I just had to go and grab the door.
Oh no, you're good. So it's just kind of an intraday level here on the tick, this 650. Right, you could see like one high comes up there, two high, and then we're hitting that third high. You could see the breath picking up here as well, and the Vince Klein as well. Gold is continuing to increase here. Market's back above the VWAP. And you could see the big driver here, right? Financials. Industrials is doing pretty well, but industrials is a pretty small percentage here. But financials actually doing pretty well here. We're dogs next door. Have no friends.
We rejected off that 40. Oh, I guess it didn't. Just a little bit of retrace. Big 43 quarter.
You take anything from not being able to make it to a value area low, Brad?
Not really. I mean, I was just kind of expecting the market to find buyers in this area, old business, right? Because there was kind of those Brad prints down there, so trapped short
Yeah,
inventory
no.
below. They just start covering there, and then buyers actually stepped up and pushed the
Jump on
market
board.
up. Once they noticed what was going on, yeah. They're seeing some offers try to come in here. Here they are. Are you gonna fucking move, you fuck? I fucking hate the Spider Sector's website sometimes. Oh yeah, Jake, that's what it called, the Wall Street Code high speed trading. Yeah. Yep. Chaim Bodek. Yeah, he's the one who like whistleblowed about the whole system.
Did that just reject off halfback?
Yesterday's halfback. Oh, you mean the low right there?
Yeah, it came down. It got
What's that low there?
35 is where it got to. It basically hit the halfback and then popped back up. Well, maybe they're going to try and push it through again.
There's a low volume area right here as well, so you've got really until like, what is this, 20, oh, 30, 33, 34. Oh, 30, yeah, 33, 32 actually. So if they can't get back below 32, and really that key level on its low side is the 29. That's where all that big volume came in, was that 29. And so if it can't get back below that 29, that's kind of the, right here, yeah. That's kind of like the key sign that sellers are Stuckarooski. We saw a lot of buying 32, 33 area, so way up, we'll see if they do the same on the way down.
For step number one, it has to make it there.
Yeah, if it can't even get down there. Then you get D period, and we've got some Brad prints just below, so assume that there's some stuck inventory. There you go, fucker. Oh, you're in a long. Oh, okay, I just saw the picture. Nice.
Yeah. Well, I tried it. I tried it, as you can see. I tried a couple times earlier, but just with like single contracts, and it was stopping me out. And I was like, all right, fine. I'll wait until it gets down to the bottom. I should
Yeah,
have
no,
just looked at your area. I should have looked at the area you had marked. But I was trying to read it, going, well, if they break Globex, and then when I realized they were going to break Globex, I was like, all right, I can't figure this out yet. And then it wasn't until it got down to like, the 21 level that I was, or I guess it was 23, 24. And then as it was coming back up, I popped in. NVIDIA's making a decent comeback. AMD's trying, but not quite the level of NVIDIA. AMD's got a long way to go. They're both still below open though. Still gotta break the 40 level. Oh, I guess they have to pop the top of B. Oh no, that's C. What is that at? Let's move that to there. The top of C is 40 half, 43 quarter.
Yeah, a lot of those videos, Jake, too, they're not gonna like make you a better trader, but they're just interesting, right? They it's just interesting because it gives you like a couple of the intricacies of how the market actually works. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that is important to know. Like a lot of people just assume like that they know how supply and demand works, but they don't really do any like really digging into like the supply and demand of the actual market. And so they just kind of assume like, oh, like this is supply because this is where all these candles ended up at the high, and this is demand because it's where all these candles ended up low. And it's like, you know, it's just not that simple. Because sometimes at a low, like we know, right? Like the poor low from Friday, we know is typically a representation that there's just no supply. Not that there was a lot of demand down there, so we don't really consider that a demand zone. So like say we trade back down to that 11 area, 11 12 area, we don't really consider that a demand zone because we didn't really see a lot of buying there. We just consider it more of a lack of supply area. So not really an area that you would count on to act as support. Even though on a chart it does look like it did, but when you really kind of break down the actual minutia, as Jim Delton loves that word, that's kind of what happened, right? Is just there was just no sellers down there.
Okay, come on, let's get above the 43 quarter. So the top of the single prints is what, 46 3/4, I think.
Top of the single prints.
Yeah, or 41 40. Yeah, 46 3/4 from Friday.
Globex. Oh, from
No, from
Friday.
Friday.
Oh yeah, it's like yeah, it's basically like 46.75. That's where I would be looking. Nvidia's looking strong.
Yeah, it's doing pretty well. I haven't looked to see if it's broken its open yet.
Nah, it's not above its open yet.
Yeah, it's got a ways to go. Open is what, 20, 285, 15, take. So it's about $1 low, 80 cents low. AMD, yeah, AMD has freaking forever to go. AMD's, AMD is about 50 cents below open. Maybe 60 cents below open. Not too bad. Nasdaq is looking a lot better though. It's still got to break its. It's still got to get back to its open though. It's still what, 20 points below.
Yeah, just about. Careful here. If this thing doesn't get back above the 40, you saw like some bids step up here, right? You see this 39.5, a decent bid, 38.75, a decent bid. But if they can't bid above this area, kind of assume that they're getting stuck, and then we keep getting that, push back down to the point of control where we see, for the most part, the market stays pretty choppy inside this area, 33 to 40, basically, 33 to 38. Still some stuck shorts here below, right? And that's that failure really for shorts to get anything going. They need to get back below 29 because we assume that there's a bunch of stuck shorts below that. So you've got kind of two sets of stuck shorts here from like this area here and then this area down here. And then you kind of have like a little bit of a ledge forming up here around this 40 area where you're seeing, 39.5, the 38.75 area where they're kind of just failing to bid up.
There we go. Gotta push through that 40 though. Nasdaq is looking a lot stronger. Oh, well, a decent push.
Excuse me.
Nasdaq is approaching its open.
Video is about to break its open as well.
nickel and diming this thing up. Couple ticks here, couple ticks there.
They're having a tough time because a lot of these stocks, Nasdaq's breaking its open. A lot of these stocks are kind of running into their resistance points. Apple's still got room to move higher, but a lot of like Amazon's running into a little bit of resistance here. Amazon's still got a pretty good gap as well.
Finally. All right.
$45, kind of the next offer that's up there.
It's interesting that the tick has actually been decreasing for a while, but we're still moving up.
The same thing was happening on the way down. The tick was holding up at
Not
the
dropping.
not dropping. Yeah.
Got it. Well, all the better.
The key here, really, like a look at financials, firmed up really nicely. And that's what we were talking about.
Mhm.
Like, in order if financials can firm up, then get that nice bounce, right? We kind of assumed that the Vold, as Tobias, I think it was Tobias that said it, was not really getting a lot of down volume. So a lot of people were buying the market. It just wasn't really showing because we were seeing the market move lower, except for in the Vold and the TIG. And then, we get this nice recovery once old business is kind of taken care of, right? We get down to where those shorts were trapped. They get a chance to buy back. They do buy back. Short covering causes a rally. Shorts, daytime frame shorts try to short half back. They weren't able to hold, and then we kind of continue towards that move up now. With the next target up like 45, 75, 47.
Now it's adding to the top of that. Keep bouncing up against 42 quarter. I gotta break 43 and 44. It's gonna be a battle the whole way up.
We'll probably go back up to 50. Maybe a retest of that 38 half back first, or maybe the 35.
Hi. How? I have a bunch.
All right, have fun.
Okay.
Me too. Nasdaq making a new high here. Microsoft making a new high. Nvidia's making a new high.
Interesting how much time we sat here, hadn't broke the open.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a retest of like that. 37. Then if buyers don't show up there, then 35 maybe. As long as buyers hold the market above 32, 33 area, then they should be good. That's where those sellers are stuck below.
One of the NVIDIA bots got out.
Interesting.
Right before E period too.
Yeah, I wonder why. Although
Just
AMD and
slowing up
NVIDIA are both,
signals.
they're both looking strong to the upside, so I don't see any reason why it needed to, other than the fact that it got decent signals. So I don't know if I see that as a definitive sign that it's bad to stand. Hey, Steve.
Up, Steve. think shorts might be getting stuck here on the 41.
1 minute LE.
I'll look to see if they offer heavy here. If they don't offer heavy here, then they'll probably get stuck. Yeah, they're trying to offer. See that? 41. VWAP and trend and equilibrium pretty much all kind of sitting at the same spot. I think this 41 is kind of a key level here. 41, you can get long above it if it holds, but if not, they're going to offer this thing down probably 37, 35. It looks like they got stuck right there.
At 41 or 40 quarter, 43 quarter.
Yeah, like 41, 40. Like that area right here, 40, 40. And they offer below it. They've got to continue to offer this thing down, though. That's the thing. And what they're basically trying to do, which they're struggling here, a little bit of absorption going on right there, but they're trying to get like a little panic in to get a liquidation. Because they're still stuck down there, 32, 33, 32 area. So 40 being a key spot again, right? Just like it was this morning, where buyers need to establish above in order to get like legit upside. So if they can stick this, then we should see 50, I think, if they can stick it.
I put my stop at 38.5, and so far it's not really threatened it for a while.
Seller came in right there on 41. See that?
Mm-hmm. Push the tick negative. That one came close.
You're long from a lot lower though, so
Oh yeah, no, I'm well in profit.
you're chilling. Yeah.
I just don't want to move my stop. It's at a reasonable level. I don't want to deal with a retrace all the way down to 33.
Right. Well, you shouldn't,
Yeah,
right? Because you could close it if it goes back down to that 32, 33.
and jump back
Just
in.
watch the order flow. Exactly.
Yeah. Normally, well, sometimes I guess in my earlier trading experience, I would have just gone and moved my stop, kept moving my stop around, going, oh, it's gonna go long, it's gonna go long. No, I'm like, I'm gonna put my stop at a reasonable level, and if it takes me out, it takes me out. I'm well within profit, so. Struggling though. If we break 41, I'm gonna move my stop to probably 40 even, maybe 37 or 39 3/4. Basically right below halfback, halfback.
We got a mechanical D high and a mechanical E low here. So a battle of short-term inventory, short-term traders. Sure. And then basically what you want to do here, right? So let's say you're in a trade, you're in this long. As the market gets above that 43, it's really where you got to decide, are buyers coming in? If they're not, you probably want to flatten the trade. If they, if they do come in, then you want to hold, and you can manage by moving your stop to that E low or even that D half back. Because basically from there, should the market get below that, then you're in the wrong spot, right? And same thing here if you're in the short, right? If that, you could use the high of day, I guess, as your stop if you're in a short. But should it get above the open and no buyers show up, then, and it makes a move down, then you want to move your stop basically right below the open. Short-term traders in control of the market and really being very mechanical at this point.
I liked your idea better. Put it back down to E, low.
Where'd you have it at?
I moved it up to basically E halfback, so 41, 49, or 39 3/4.
Oh, okay.
But I moved it back to 38.50.
Yeah, I mean,
Which is right there below
especially
zero.
since your entry was so good, like, there's no real reason to chase it too tight. I mean, you give
Yeah,
up
that's true.
2 points or whatever, that's not gonna murder this trade. But you're wrong below that. So,
Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure.
and then if it gets
That's why I
below
put it
that,
there.
can't get back down to like the 33, 32, then you just buy it again. Like, especially if it comes down to 38, stops on the dime on 38, always re-enter there.
Bot is doing well today.
Yeah, Nvidia about to come into a little bit of resistance here. Everything looks pretty good though. Back to the 40. The battleground here. You're seeing financials and tech kind of slip here a little bit, giving up a little bit of ground, and healthcare kind of taking that ground up here. You're seeing a little bit of change here, especially the tick getting below zero and kind of holding firm up. I mean, you could just see, for the most part, the tick just been kind of solidly above, except for a little bit, little peaks here, peak here, peak here. Now you're starting to get a little bit more frequency on the downside, right? A little 3-tip, 3-tip, 3-tip. Rest still looks okay.
Flirting with my stop. Stopped out. To the
Pretty
tip,
good
it
trade
looks like.
still though. 25 to 38.
That's a good trade. For sure.
Woohoo! Monkey's token is up a fucking ton. Jesus Christ. 1000%.
How many are you in?
You got some of that shit.
Yeah, like 800 or 8.21 million.
Oh, nice.
You have 8.21 million of those tokens?
Yeah, I mean they're fucking worth like less than a penny, so. But yeah, I do have a fuckload of them.
So
So
basically,
your
you
shit
made
must have at least doubled up.
Oh, I'm let's see, I put $100 in. That's all I bought, and it's worth 223. So I'm up
Nice.
like 125% basically. I just like buying $100 in all these random coins because
Yeah, this one might pop off.
fucking one of them.
Little
Fuck it,
lottery
yeah.
ticket. You got more chance than a lottery anyway.
Oh yeah, exactly. Especially Elon's pumping this one, so let me text Jared. I had to send them to Jared because Jared couldn't figure it out. He's a fucking idiot. Curious. Thanks, Elon. Next presidential race probably be Elon versus Donald Trump. Yeah, watch for this move down to 37. Did we tap 37? Yeah, barely. Maybe 35 then. 35 basically like the point of control, and then there's stuck shorts underneath here, so. You're seeing the tick make a low of day, but not in agreement with the market here. Watch this weak spot right here too. The 36.5. Oh, so we pretty much got trap shorts from like 40 to 39, 41 to 39.
Cap long.
Trap longs, I mean, yeah. And a little bit of bidding come in right there. He can't run for president? But he's an American citizen, I thought.
Ooh.
Elon. He was born in South Africa, right? I think he's
Yeah.
an American.
I think
You have to be
a
born in the
naturalized.
United.
You have to be a naturalized, or you have to be a yeah, born in. Sorry,
What? Even if you're an American citizen?
that doesn't matter. I think you have to
That's
be born. That's why it
that's
was such a big deal for Obama to have a birth certificate. It was
it's
Hawaii.
fucking dumbest shit in the whole world.
Do
That's
you
like
guys see that he's trying to buy Snapchat and then delete all filters for ladies?
oh, that's funny.
Delete all filters for what?
He's trying to buy. He posted a tweet on how he's gonna buy Snapchat next, and then he tweeted, "I'm gonna delete all filters. Welcome to reality, ladies."
He's so funny.
I can't see that really going well.
Why would he want to buy Snapchat anyway? Snapchat's a fucking garbage company.
Yeah, it's Snapchat's Google. It has no use anymore. So, and there's a lot of platforms out there that outright Snapchat, so it's kind of useless, like you said.
Nvidia is on a freaking tear.
Yeah, it is. At 287.30 is a resistance level that I have marked for video.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of a dumbass rule because my daughter was born in Germany. That means she can't run for president even though
Oh
she's an
no,
American
but
citizen.
she was born at a U.S. base. Doesn't matter.
No, she wasn't. She was actually born off base at a German hospital.
And it might not matter because you're both American parents, so she would technically be a U.S. citizen. I mean,
It's
like,
like,
oh, I think you have to be born a U.S. citizen. Maybe that's the phrase.
yeah, you probably have to
Oh,
be born as a U.S. citizen because both my parents are American and I was born in Costa Rica, but I'm still considered a citizen here and in Costa Rica.
right. Yeah, that's like my daughter. She's a dual citizen.
Oh, she has dual citizenship to Germany? That's sick.
Yeah.
I currently have a friend out there that's in a military base. He went down there for 4 years. And I called his ass. I'm like, hey, when you coming back? He's like, bro, I think I'm gonna roll for another 4 years. I'm like, you crazy, dude.
What, in Germany?
Yeah, in Germany. Yeah.
When I saw Nasdaq pumping higher, I got back in. Actually, at the same level I got out. So I'm back in at 38.50. Waiting for it to break C high, and then I'll jump back or move my stop up to in profit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because Arnold definitely would run for president if he could.
They were actually talking about the Republicans were talking about trying to change the law so that they could get him to be able to be a possible candidate.
Elon's actually stepping down from the whole Twitter thing too. He appointed somebody else as a CEO.
Yeah, there's some lady.
It's important that you say, when you say CEO, you put it in air quotes. Nice. I only got back in 2 contracts this time though. Didn't have enough time to have it pick up the third, so I didn't feel like just cramming them on.
Yeah, nice little pop run there.
Working.
Can it get above the open? Nasdaq's at the high of day. Nasdaq's at its Globex high like right now. Or just kind of tapped it. Dow's still struggling to get above its open.
So 41 even is previously half back.
Yeah.
Wow, we have a long way to go to break that high. Dang. There we go. Starting to show a little bit more life.
90 minutes. Is this thing not scrolling? What the fuck is here? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I saved some guy's life this weekend. I forgot to tell you guys. Not really saved his life, but like some guy was like riding his quad up in the forest behind my house, and I just hear fucking fuck, fuck. And he was fucking trapped underneath of his quad. So I fucking ran out there, helped him fucking get it back on, and then I was like, yo, let's call the ambulance. He's like, no, they're gonna tow my quad if we call the ambulance. I'm not doing that. He was fucking shifting the quad with his hand because his leg was broke. And then he posted on Facebook. He had like a vertical fracture of his tibia. Um, and he like posted on Facebook like, I want to thank the couple that came out to help me because me and my wife both ran out there. My wife stayed back obviously, but he's like, really appreciate it. Blah blah blah. It's pretty cool. His quad is nice as fuck. I mean, he was hauling ass up the power line, and like the power line's all these like big rocks. So he's on those racing quads are pretty torquey. So he probably just that front wheel came up and then just fucking pinned his ass. He was a tiny little guy too. He was just fucking screaming. I was like, Jesus Christ, sounds like someone's getting fucking raped in the woods over here. Where'd you get long at? Hmm. Is Roach still in here? Let's see. My wife wants to do this black mulch in front of our house, but I don't know how long it's gonna last. Like I don't know if the sun's just gonna fade the fuck out of it, and I don't want to replace it every year. Like black mulch, yeah. It's like bark, yeah. It's like it's just I think the sun will just fade the shit out of it. I know it looks nice, especially when it's brand new, but I also don't want to fucking do it every year. It's a pain in my ass. So. Oh, I was gonna tell you, I was gonna tell you, well, I was gonna ask you, do you have any of that black mulch at your house? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, because they like to get in there and eat that shit. Yeah. True. Yeah. 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 It's not too big. I just don't want to replace that fucking mulch every year. It's just gonna be a pain in my ass. Oh, I was gonna tell you too. There's this place called Jerry's in Dunmore. They got a lot of nice like trees and shit there, like bushes, like blackberries and shit like that. Yeah, it's expensive. Yeah. Yeah, it's out of business. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's not too far. 20 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I know where that's at. Yep. Oh, okay. Hmm. Uh, It sucks too because you've got to watch those because the fucking animals will just come eat that shit. They'll ruin it. Yeah. Yeah, the rabbits, the fucking land beavers, the deer. Yeah. The fucking groundhog. I call it a land beaver. Looks like a fucking beaver. There's just a fucking huge one in my backyard like all the time. I just want to kill it. My wife's like, we can't shoot guns in the city limits. I'll shoot it when you're not home. He just comes and he fucking eats all the flowers. He's a pain in the ass. I should just bash this fucker with a shovel. I could definitely catch him. He's not fast. I watch him run away all the time. I'll just throw his dead body like into the forest so his friends know, like, hey, don't fucking go up there. You're gonna get bashed with a shovel. What do you say, TJ? You don't think I'll catch him? Oh, well, I'm definitely gonna catch him. Now I'm gonna catch him for sure. I'm thinking about putting cameras in the back. I'm thinking about putting cameras in the back because I'm pretty sure these raccoons are coming up trying to get into my garbage cans. I just had to. I built like this little. Uh, Basically, it's just like a metal bar on both sides, welded them, and then I just lock them so they can't knock them over because the raccoons just knock the garbage can over and then fucking eat all the garbage. And then I got to clean it up every goddamn morning. Groundhog. I'm gonna smash him with the shovel. I'm not afraid of fucking animals. Like, it, I mean, this is like a. It's like a big ass hamster. That's what it looks like a guinea pig with a tail. No, no, groundhog. No, groundhog's like a little fat, like yeah, like a beaver. It looks like a beaver. Yeah, they're fucking everywhere out here. Yeah, fuck that. Oh, that's like you need a gun for that. You catch a boar? Yeah, you need a gun. Tim Kennedy, like every year, because boars are like fucking wide, like they're overpopulated in Texas. They get to like go out in a helicopter with like a machine gun and just fucking kill a bunch of boars. I'm like, damn, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, you see dogs get fucked up big time. People hunt the boars with their dogs, and sometimes boars will catch them with their little fucking whatever they're called, teeth, tusks. Yeah, yeah. I could shoot it with the bow. That's true. I could shoot it with the bow. Yeah, shoot it with the AK. That shit's no match for the AK. The AK will put that thing to sleep. The well, you gotta be careful with those. With like a 5.56 round, I mean, it'll kill it, but it just won't be instant. Maybe if you put a hollow tip on it or something. We don't have boars out here really. I haven't seen any. Yeah, I could just use little Mossberg. We have bears, but typically, if a bear starts like getting close to residential, they'll trap it and move it somewhere else. There was a so there was a bear up the Morgan Highway, over like where Allied's at, and they set up this trap, like a big tube trap, and they put hay in there, and then they put donuts on top of the hay, and they put a camera on it, and the bear was pulling the hay towards the end of the trap and eating the donuts and then leaving, not getting stuck. I'm like, that's awesome. He deserves it at that point, you know? Damn. I don't want anyone to see all the mischief that they're up to, that's why. There was a bear, there was a hunter up here in the woods behind my house, and you're not even supposed to be hunting up there. Because there's probably like, I mean, this on the bottom side, there's probably like 30 acres, and then on the top side, it's like 50 acres. So it's a pretty good amount of space of forest. They're selling like 32 acres up there above Clark's Summit for like 160 grand. But that's all that. Yeah. You would just have to pay. You would have to pay a fuckload of money to put a house up there because that that ground up there is like it's all old coal mines. So like I mean, you just have a hell of a time like finding the right spot. And then, I mean, when you go to Clark Summit, even they've just basically blown a hole in the mountain to get to make that city, anyways. So it's all that whatever that fucking rock is. Yeah, it's a gigantic pain in the ass, really. And honestly, there's no point in buying like a ton of land like that unless there's a water source running through it, like you got like a river or a creek or something. You lost your TD Ameritrade since it was not funded? Put $5 in there. They don't require you to carry a balance or anything. I don't know if it's gonna break to the upside doped. It keeps getting rejected here, like right below the open. It just looks like nobody wants to kind of buy it over. But once they build up enough shorts, like I mean, we kind of continue to not be able to break this 32, 33, 34 area, like this area here. So every time, as time goes on, the more and more time that we spend above this, we can assume the better the odds that these guys start to capitulate down here, and that would be probably enough juice to take it up. I'm kind of looking for a test back into this area as an opportunity maybe to buy to trade that up to that 50. The Nasdaq looks a lot stronger than the ES here. You're seeing like I mean even financials, right? We were at like 40, giving up a little bit of ground. Healthcare took that away basically, and tech came down a little bit, but has since kind of popped back up. Um, Microsoft trading a little bit off the high now, but Nvidia really strong looking. Apple kind of just chilling. I'd like to see Apple above like 173 for it to be show some more strength, but it's kind of struggling down here. It's at 172.18 or so. You could get the tick. You get the tick anywhere. You should be able to get it on NinjaTrader. You can get it on Sierra charts. Hmm. It has to be an active account. What does that mean, active account? Like you just have to I think you just have to have money in it. That's it. Maybe and it doesn't need to be a lot of money, I'm sure. Cuz my dad has Thinkorswim, and I don't know, I think maybe he has a couple bucks in there cuz he doesn't trade it. He doesn't use it to trade. Say that again? I'm wondering if maybe like a pellet gun might kill this fucking thing. It's not. I mean, from so close, it might just take it down. Yeah, true, true. Oh yeah, I've got. I mean, my backyard is fucking full of creatures, bro. Like, yeah, yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, pellet gun. It's probably coming through. It's the output. It's coming through both. No, go to Discord and then click on the voice and video and change the input to just the microphone and then change the output to just the headset. Yeah, we got like Blue Jays, Cardinals, Hawks, Robins, rabbits, fucking land beavers, squirrels, feral cats, raccoons at night, I guess. I've seen people with them like as pets and shit. Have you seen that? Like people have raccoons and they're like pets. Change both. I don't think you're echoing now. Yeah, I think you're good. Well, sometimes look at this snake I just posted in the futures chat. We saw this snake this weekend. I just want to pick it up. Just a little like looks like a milk snake or something. Yeah, my wife like ran. She like ran screaming in the house because she saw the snake. She's like, ah. I'm like, what the fuck? My son's like, can I pick it up? No, that sounds like James. Looks like GT James. You're good. It was pretty. It was pretty long, yeah. And it was in the water too, which is surprising. Like, because most of the time these gardener snakes don't really go in the water, but kill it. Yeah, I don't really mess with snakes that much. Yeah, we don't really get a lot of like rattlesnakes up here, like where I live at, but like over like Montage area, there's always a bunch of rattlesnakes I see on. Oh yeah, yeah, out in the desert, you guys get a fucking ton of them. We would catch them like back in when I lived in Brantwood. They like before it was all like suburbanized. It was still kind of like agriculture out there and a lot of like fields and orchards and shit. And we would catch rattlesnakes in like a cardboard box with a stick, just like kind of shove them in there. When you're young, you're just like fearless. You're like, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking shove this snake into a box. Centipedes? What kind of poison are they? Like just like make you sick? They're not like Black Widow type poisonous, are they? I didn't know that. Oh, we got. I used to catch scorpions when I was in the army. When we were stationed in El Paso, they're everywhere because it's the middle of the desert. We caught a scorpion and a horned frog one time. Put them in a box. They didn't fight each other though, so it was kind of boring. But that was the idea. Yeah, I think you just want to keep a close eye here on the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq's getting a little bit weaker here. So if the Nasdaq gets back below its open, then I would say the downside's probably coming. But if they keep holding the Nasdaq above the open, then probably look to see the long. That 40 area is basically kind of like your line in the sand. So like if it starts to hold above the 40 and you start to see buyers step in, then there's decent odds there for the upside. But it looks like it's kind of it looks like a little the move up was mostly just off of short covering old business here. So I think the favoring is kind of starting to look a little bit overdone here on the upside. But I mean the internals still look pretty decent. Like the breath looks pretty good. Yeah, the best thing you can do right now is nothing. Yeah, I think the best thing you can do is just do nothing. If you don't want to just sit here, just set some alerts and put an alert on 43 and put an alert on 35 and go do what you gotta do. I think it's a milk snake. I think it's a milk snake. That's just down in the creek over here. Yeah. 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 I figured, I mean, that's pretty much how I tell, like, you know, if it's safe to grab or not safe to grab, because my son picks it up. He doesn't give a fuck. It's like, yeah, as long as the head is like kind of small, then I'm like, yeah, fucking pick it up if you want. Who cares? And if it bites you, it bites you. Like whatever. It's just, you know, they still bite. It's just not poisonous. So I remember one time when I was a kid, my dad got bit by uh what's those lizards that bite? Alligator lizard. Alligator lizard. Yeah, it's like this little lizard. Because like we have alligator. Well, in California we had alligator lizards and bluebellies, and the bluebellies don't really bite. They're terrified and they're small. They're hard to catch. I mean, you could catch them, but they're just a lot. But this one bit my dad, and he's like shaking his fucking hand, and this thing's just holding on, and he's just getting pissed. Look at financials here and tech. Look, financials bounce back here. Healthcare is pulling off a little bit. You see the weighted AD making a higher high. So some volume definitely coming into the upside there. It was good. We had like the in-laws over and made I made some food and just chilled. Watched the Celtics lay a beating on the fucking Sixers. I'm not a Celtics fan or anything either, but yeah, I don't really care now that the finals are over. Well, Warriors are out. I don't really care. Yeah, yeah, they're pretty nice. Well, can you turn it down? Because sometimes you can like turn them and then do edging with them. Like you can like basically like dig a hole almost like a trench. Yeah, because then you could cut, like, if you're trying to cut like into some sod and like for a line on a planter box or something, it's a lot easier that way because you would just steer it instead of trying to hold it steady and then fucking gets all fucked up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, just get in there. Yeah, you gotta get like a fucking strap. That's why all the people that like work landscape, they have all those like, everything's like on a backpack basically. Trying to trap everybody on both sides here.
Yeah, now let's put in the works. Let's go.
I should have done my 3850 entry that, every single time, but sometimes I was a little bit anxious and I would get in higher. This is my issue is that when I pick a level, I need you to say, hey, as long as it keeps coming back to this level, I'll get in, but not if it gets above it. That's my
Nah,
arguments.
don't do this, buyers. Come on, let's push this. Yeah, hit him with the Mika Maka move. You see what I was telling you, Steve? That's what I was talking about, my boy.
Nice third, nice call.
Alright, screw this. I'm taking my 12 points.
All right, so now you
How many
watch, like,
contracts were you in, Dom?
look to see if buyers step in here and
I was in 2
continue.
contracts.
Pretty decent volume coming in.
Damn, why the fuck did I close out? Damn, I'm stupid.
You're not stupid.
Yeah, but like,
got-
it was
You
a
got
break
12
above
points.
the
That's
open of
enough.
the day, and my dumbass didn't even see that, and I closed the shits out. I could have had some. Well, if it probably is, I mean, wouldn't it be
Well,
the
but
buyers that hold above the open? And if they do, I could have had a fire ass trade.
I think you already had a fire ass trade.
Actually, yeah. I can't be like, oh wait, Brad.
You could
Yo,
have a
I'm
better fire ass trade.
contradicting myself. Brad told me do not do the what ifs, and I'm doing the what ifs. I'm gonna
All
cut
right.
that
Well,
shit out.
it doesn't change anything for you though. That's the idea of maybe you just put your stop at a level where you feel comfortable, and then and then you
Let
let
it
it play
ride.
out rather
Yep.
than closing it out.
I
Did
don't
it
know.
hit
I
your
was
take
happy to
profit
see
or did you
12
just
points.
close it?
No, I saw 12 points and I was like, say less. So I flattened.
Okay.
I look at financials and tech here, both firmed up pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's see if they hold.
Healthcare is kind of still in the shitter.
Jim Cramer just said an economic wave is about to hit that will be fantastic for investors. What that means.
We're fucked.
Yeah.
Subscribe to my blog to find out how for $199.95.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, sell everything. Yeah. That's like Jim Cramer's like it's like he's trying to do everyone a favor, but he can't tell people what he knows, so he's got to tell the opposite. He's like, yeah, everything's great, buy it. Like goes down 15%. It's like, shit.
Bot still had a little bit more to pull out.
Damn, that monkey's token's on the rise today, big time.
It's now showing up on people's radar. They're all like, play it, play it.
Yeah, so far this month it's up. What is this? 1,164%.
All right, guys. I'm finna go hit the gym. I'm gonna get out of here before I even decide to lose any more points or lose any points in general.
All right, catch you later, bro.
You guys have a good day. Catch you guys tomorrow.
Take it easy, mate.
Later, man.
Yeah, Dom. See you, bud.
Later, guys.
Oh, they closed it. I wouldn't be surprised if Toss starts charging like a monthly fee or something like that, just because like they're like if you look at Charles Schwab's stock, like they're getting fucking snickle fruits.
If they start charging a monthly fee, I think that everyone will start to
Everyone
go
will
after
switch to Tasty Trade. Yeah, I'm sure.
something. Nasdaq is trying to push back up.
Yeah, and the Dow's above its open now as well. Financial's almost up 50% now.
Ah, damn! I should have held. I was at 38.5. I just got tired of waiting, and I took 3/4 of a point of heat, and I decided to close out. That's probably not what I should have done.
Probably going to 50. Well, I don't know. If it stays strong, maybe 53. But got to get through this little area here first, I think.
My take profit was
40.
49.5.
I think we should see 50.
50.
Yeah, 50's like that weak spot on the volume profile from overnight. And the B high is like 51, so
Yeah. I was just looking through, like, kind of right where it's at is like a distance, like above, like it's got to break above. So I guess in a low volume
yeah,
or break
yeah.
higher. You know what I mean? If it breaks above 48.5 there, or it could go back down into this other 40 area.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, like this low volume area here. Yeah, because then it like
Yeah.
basically that's kind of what I'm looking at 50 as like the gatekeeper for this like upper distribution up here from like 50 to 60. So if it gets above 50 and holds, then we should start trading probably that 60 area.
Yeah. Yeah.
Arthi says not seeing any movement on debt negotiations. Oh, Gensler's up now. Let's see if we can pop him up.
And nature, risk, and finance. This is just the nature of finance. Just former Secretary of the Treasury Bob Rubin used to say, markets go up, and finance always will be there. As former Secretary of the Treasury Bob Rubin used to say, markets go up.
Can you guys hear this or no?
Markets go down.
I can hear you.
And history is replete with
I
time
can't hear in a video.
fires in one corner
No,
of
I
the
can't in a
financial
video.
system or at a financial institution spread to the broader economy. When this happens, American public bystanders, just like those Chicagoans who saw
Curious
their
if we
homes
get back
burn,
below the open if we
inevitably
flush.
get hurt. Such fires, though too many to name, have started from both the banking and the non-banking sectors. In fact, it's even said that Chicago fire in 1871
Yeah, that strong buy order came like 42.5 to the open. So the short covering, so below that 42, I think would have to be
decades later,
where it needs to get. If it gets below 42, then that's probably where you get a liquidation from.
To try to help it out, but
They're
ultimately,
fighting right here at
President
45.
Wilson's
They try to
reforms
offer it and
went
then
on
they
to
try to buy it.
establish the Federal Reserve with authorities, in essence, as a building code regulator, but also as a form of a fire department and lender of last resort. The 29 crash and ensuing Great Depression led to Roosevelt's reforms.
Why is the Turkish election so important to the U.S.?
Insurance itself and the Securities and Exchange Commission.
We got our hands in everybody's business.
In the early 1930s, in a town of Bedford Falls, New York, there was a run on Bailey Brothers Building and Loan. You remember, George Bailey explained to the panicked crowd, quote, "The money's not here, your money's in Joe's house," and 100 others. Fortunately, tongue-in-cheek a bit, but fortunately, Jimmy's story
We're probably trying to appoint the guy in there.
told in its wonderful life.
Put in who we want.
Captured that essence of the risk. And of course, there was the financial fires of the 08 crisis.
I wonder what their export is.
No, because that's where they actually, the government comes in and says, no, we want what you want. We want to give you free elections.
Numerous updates to the building codes
as long as it's advantageous to us.
As embedded in the Dodd-Frank Act. Look, economists have
petroleum, cars, jewelry, and petroleum
fires, such financial stability
are their number one exports.
Often highlights
what's a Turkish car? I never heard of it.
Regulatory gaps. The herding, of course, is
I
when
don't know.
multiple individual actors make similar decisions. In times of stress, otherwise uncorrelated actors can suddenly become correlated, like those cows stampeding in city slickers. Given the greed and fear, both are basic emotions, and the market's herding occurs both for the bulls and the bears, whether it's be a breakdown in risk management, such as the subprime mortgage market prior to the 08 crisis, or a breakdown in confidence, such as in bank runs. Herding has contributed to many a financial fire. Finance is complex. It's also an interconnected global network with many transmission channels. During the financial crisis, Andy Haldane, then at the Bank of England, compared the financial network to tropical rainforests.
So if this thing breaks 50, this is a close your eyes and buy kind of scenario.
I mean, we're starting to get pretty trend looking here. You're starting to see the breadth over 3 on both. Looks like pretty much the sell side's kind of given up. You're about to start to see almost all of the sector boxes except healthcare go green. You see financials almost 60% now. But a break over like 55, yeah, could take you up to like 70. It's like that top of balance. That high from the Fed day was like 73 quarter.
Now I'm really upset that I didn't hold my 38.50 all 17 times. Oh, new period. I didn't even notice. Wasn't paying that close of attention.
Yeah, single prints again, and then I mean the momentum's definitely on the upside. Nasdaq's making a high here. The Dow's making a high. Everything's making a high, kind of in agreement all at the same time. Apple's still looking kind of weak, and so is Microsoft. But you've got Nvidia looking real strong. Meta's looking pretty strong. Google's still positive, not super strong though. Amazon's kind of weak. Tesla's turned it around, it's green.
Okay, so we're just looking for 50. See what we can get.
His 13Fs are coming out. Michael Burry's 13F just came out.
Michael Burry is the big short.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I would have done better if I had held or let my bot play it out.
Yeah, Nvidia's on fucking tear.
They're up at $8. Well, I sold it 728. So the early one sold at 605. But when I sold it at 728. It's got $8. So I mean, it's not huge, not a huge amount different, but we'll see where it ends up. It'll be nice to see the bot get back up to levels that it's supposed to be at. It is cyclical, as they say.
Decent bid still stepping up here.
I got back in at 46. Not my best entry. Getting to that 49.5 that I would have been able to sell at. Damn. Patience gets you paid, isn't that what you say?
Nope.
Need to learn patience. I'm still doing pretty damn good today, so I don't know how many points I'm up, but it's a lot. And this one, the most recent one that I did is in ES, so even better.
Nice.
Over the weekend, or maybe it was, yeah, I think it was Sunday. My fee came through for my 100K account for the 80%. And I hadn't qualified it yet, so I was like, damn, $40. So now that's just gonna make me be a little bit more eager to try and get that thing qualified. I only have 1900 left. Should be able to pull it off. As long as I don't do
Yeah, that's not
anything
bad.
stupid. They did leave me with the money that I made on Friday. He actually sent me a thing and said, looks like your account was positive on Friday, so we're gonna assume you don't want us to reset it. I was like, damn good thing they didn't reset it. That would have sucked. Still wish I had taken those trades though that I took in Sim. I nailed it with a half point on either end as far as excess between where I would have entered and where I would have gotten out. Fucking amazing trade. But I only took it in Sim.
Next time.
Well, I mean, for me, it's about the learning. That's why I track my Sim trades, is because I realize that that's got to be the focus.
Let's go.
You can't take a look at let's see what happened trade. If you're doing that, you're never going to be. You're always going to be. I mean, I'm willing to do it in Sim. I know that if it does go badly, but I still track it. I still journal it. I still write down what happened.
Right.
I just don't have the loss if it fails. But I will say, as of late, I've been doing pretty well. So guess I'm figuring something out.
Just remember, slow and steady.
That's the plan. I think the key for me of not just blowing something is if I have a losing trade, to either pare down, meaning get in, like if I'm doing an ES trade and it fails, go to MES. Or if I'm in 3 contracts or 2 contracts in MES and it fails, move down to 1 contract. And then that's the only trade that I do. That way I'm not. Damn, I've gotten a lot better.
We get over 55, where this thing could squeeze all the way up to 70, I think. If it starts to hold 55.
Well, at this point in my day, everything I make is all free money because I am way up in my account. See how it gets through 53 3/4 with all those contracts, 245.
Yeah, watch that 51 quarter. There's where that big bid came in. You want to see it kind of rebid that area. You'd really like to see it stay above 50 because that would show acceptance in this upper distribution. And acceptance in this upper distribution, if we do this, see where the
So how do you know
next...
that there's bids coming in? I mean, other than seeing the larger contract orders sitting there, is that what you're talking about?
Well,
Contract count?
and you could see like, so there was a seller here, a decent sized seller, and a buyer stepped up behind him. So you would assume like, he filled 1,600 contracts here. This buyer probably filled
Oh, I
800 here and then
I
filled
see.
800 right above. And that next distribution, next week's what's like 64, but got like 64 to 72, and then 76, 5 to 54.
Previous day opens what, 55 half? Yeah. Just looked at my chart.
We'll see how this goes.
It's looking strong.
Yeah, I mean the breadth is almost doubled now. It's almost at 4. And you look at the breadth, or like the advanced decline to 1,300, 1,400, you're starting to get a pretty strong reaction up here. So decent.
And it's not touching the singles, like it didn't
Look at
ever even really touch.
financials are at 80.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're about to have well, we got 15 minutes and then maybe a second set of singles. Yeah, it looks like we are about to break that overnight high for sure.
Which looks pretty likely that we're gonna get another set of singles.
Even if it doesn't leave it, like let's say it comes back down to like, I mean, it's really just got to stay above those lower singles, right? We know there's trapped inventory there below, especially like most of the inventory there is trapped below, and now you're seeing continuation, which is what we were talking about. If it breaks above, we want to see volume come in. So that's really the only thing we're waiting on is volume to kind of confirm that the market wants to stay up here. And this 56 area was 56, 53 area is like the kind of where the equilibrium is moving towards here. If you look on the daily, this high right here, you can see like, what is this? It's like 56. Yeah, 56. You've got like the low there, 56, 56 here, same idea. Here, here, here. Like, I mean, there's just a lot of confluence right there at that 56 area. So you could be seeing like us move up from like that 37 to 56. That would be bullish. All right, John. Catch you later. It looks like you're getting some more shorts getting stuck here. Only thing that's not making me super excited about this continuation, it looks nice and strong. I'd just like to see this view up, come up a little bit, start meeting some of these swings. Still kind of sitting in that same consolidation spot, right? That's kind of what we're waiting on, is for volume to confirm. We're building some decent volume up here, though. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it here.
Okay.
I gotta go get some yard work and shit done before it gets.
You gonna leave this up?
Yeah, I can leave it up.
Thanks, man.
That yard work can get a little crazy sometimes.
Yeah, it's just tedious as fuck, because if you do it wrong, you're gonna have to do it again, and I'm not a fan of that at all.
Okay, thanks, Brad. See you guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Brad.
Yep. See you guys later.
Sure.
See, bro.
Later.
Later.
Well, what do we have here? I go fucking turn the chainsaw on for a little bit and
Yeah,
market
it was a
falls
pretty
apart,
crazy
huh?
liquidation.
She changed
Nice.
her mind.
It like full on liquidated from like 49-ish down to 45, like in, I think there were two separate liquidations. One dropped down to like 49, 45 3/4, and then it went back up to like a little, maybe 46 half, and then it liquidated again. You putting in your stop or your exit?
I have my first take profits at 35.
Got it.
We didn't quite get there. So I might have to.
My first one was 40 even, just because I wasn't sure if it was going to try and bounce off of that, off of VPOC, which is where it is roughly. So I put it there. I put my first take profit there, put my stop in profit, and I figured if it came back, it came back. And then my second one was at 37, which was just below the settle. I wonder if we're going to retest that open though.
I didn't even realize it was fucking 2 o'clock. I gotta go pick up the kids. Like, I was out there fucking just cutting bushes down, and then I was like, oh shit. 2 o'clock. Nothing's more fun than using a chainsaw. You know what I mean? Like, it just fucking cuts through everything. I love it. It's like, it's just the after, like cleaning up the mess that it makes after. That's the pain in the ass part.
For sure. For sure. Hey, Roach, when you say watch 34, what are you talking about? You mean look for 34 on the way down? That's where you think it's going to get to?
Well, no, he's saying like because 34 is where those people are trapped at, like where we initially got that inventory.
Yeah. Yeah. So my that's where 33.50 is where my last take profit is. But I was just looking for the weak area, that weak spot on the volume profile. That was why I put it just right under that, because I figured if it doesn't get to it, I'll drop my stop right next to it and it won't matter.
Yeah, 29 as well. Yeah, 29 was that big level.
Given how it's gone, I just don't see us like liquidating this late in the day to that level.
Well, think about like the rotation between this out of financials and into financials on the way up, and then out of financials now. So we pretty much come back down to a spot where we were sitting at. Financials was sitting at about 30%. Last time we were at 40, so not as much has come out.
Right, exactly.
So you're kind of on the track.
I just don't see us getting that low. And I mean, I don't know if it's going to reverse, but
there might just be a little too much stuck short inventory for now until like an actual seller comes in. I didn't see how it acted up here though, but didn't really look like anything but a liquidation. Was there any serious selling?
There was a well, I didn't look at the DOM, so I don't know for sure.
Oh, there was some decent selling at like 43 half right above the open. After the liquidation, a seller came in like right underneath of it. Some momentum sellers there. And then there's some decent offering up like 53 half. 52.50 where I got short at. And this is kind of like what we talked about earlier, right? Like the only thing that was like making us nervous was like the VWAP just wasn't coming up to meet these like swing lows as we're moving up.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Basically flat now. So that's something, I mean, like it's not always going to work out like how it just did right now, but like, you know, these are always things that you want to be thinking about. Okay, we're moving up, market's moving up, volume's coming up. How come the VWAP's not coming up? Right? Because the VWAP should be coming up if we're getting good volume. It looked like we were getting decent volume up there, like 54. But I mean, that's just something that like I pay attention to. A flat VWAP is typically a VWAP that gets revisited. They sold it pretty decent up there. Yeah.
Flirting with the open, and it took me out. You still in or are you done? Are you out?
Am I short?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I still got it. Yeah, I'll hold it as long as it stays below 50. If it gets back up to 50, I'll have to. 50, 51 area. It was just 2 contracts, so probably should have took one off 37 or 38 or so.
Probably should just close them all at 37.
We'll see.
37 and a half.
Yeah, 37.5 would have been good close for sure.
Well, that's what. So that was the first. That my second take profit. My third take profit was down lower. I was thinking it was going to go lower, but it did not.
I just feel like it's gotta the lows that it's been putting in, like in order to go higher,
Yeah.
it's gotta fix that low. Like we just need some good excess. Not necessarily have to close that gap down there, but at least just put in some good excess because I mean you've got
that weak volume right there at the 30. It's probably 33 3/4, 33 half, 34 right there. Weak spot right there.
Where
Above
at?
B high. Right above B high. Yeah, that right there. That there you see it.
Oh, right here, yeah.
Yeah, right there. That
Oh,
little
I'm
spot right there.
I'm thinking it's got to get under here.
Oh, way down there.
Yeah, because I mean you've got this low that's at 1175 and then 12/4 and then 11 half.
All that.
36.50. Is that where it came down to? Yeah. I mean, I'm willing to like try to hold this because it's a good position, right? 52. I've been waiting on this trade pretty much all fucking day. Right where all this volume's at. Been waiting on this to try to test down into this gap. Makes sense to try to get down there. So, and it's only 2 lots, so I can hold on to it.
So Roach, what I was saying was, that was my second take profit. What I was saying was, I should have put all of the remaining take profits at that level. I wasn't trying to just say, oh, I should have gotten out of this other level. I literally did get out of a trade there. I wasn't making
What's up, guys?
Not a lot.
I need a book recommendation. That bin. Maybe there's some in there. Which one? The blue one? Yeah. Oh, look around. I haven't seen it. Might be looking at this backwards at like we're seeing kind of like you get excess here, you get a poor low here, poor low here, poor low here. We may need to trade up here first into this gap, low volume area before, before a supply run. And stuck, short term stuck, shorts under here.
I think that's why we're not headed down.
Well, I mean, like I'm just thinking like bigger picture, like 'cause I'm thinking we need to come down here to kind of clean this up.
Yeah,
But
I was about to ask what happened there, Brad. Why did price open so far away from like where it ended?
just a gap down. So like if you put on these overnight sessions, see gap down,
Oh,
traded
okay. So
down
you
here
just
all
have the
day. Next day it
okay.
gapped up back into balance, like a look below and fail basically. Yeah, and so that gap's just been kind of holding because it has good excess here, and then it wasn't able to close these single prints back from. Is this
Mhm.
the 30th or whatever? Yeah, March.
Oh, so it's been a while. Almost 2 weeks above that price.
Oh yeah, we've been up here for like over a month. I mean, if you look at the daily chart, just to make it a little bit easier, you can see like since we've been up here since April 1st, basically March 31st, we've been up here. So
And if we break those lows right there, it's gonna be a dump, right? Just because
see,
like that's creating a lot
uh,
of liquidation, like on the top side, or no?
I'm not sure to be honest with you. Like I could see it like breaking these lows and cleaning up because you have these three lows that are weak lows. Well, you have
What about counting like
this one, and
looking
this
at the
one.
whole monthly frame, like that one, and the one that you pointed at first? No, the
Yeah,
one lower.
this one.
Yeah, that one. You know how they bought up there, and then the one to the left, they let it go down a little bit, and they bought up too, and then that's the one that you showed me from the initial the month. That's where price has been being held. That one. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so well there's the gap here that's been holding strong for the most part.
Okay.
And then there's a gap here as well, and then there's a little gap here. And so like basically it's kind of tough to decide, but what I'm kind of thinking is that because we're getting all these lows, you got three lows here that are weak, then you have another weak low here.
Uh-huh.
That maybe there's just no supply down here below this 37, and so it may need to come up to this 75, 85 level in order to get supply. The only thing is, right, is if it does come up here, even if supply shows up, but if a buyer shows up as well, this thing could easily continue higher because there's a
Yeah, and
gap
then
up here
breaking the
till
previous high.
the 25. Yeah, it's like 4208 to 25. So there's
I'm
another
gonna
gap
take
up
this
here.
quick scalp.
But what would make
Do you think?
sense is if it did break and came to right here.
Yeah, they would hold. Well, it'd be a fight between holding that level, and if sellers sold that off, then would probably go to the
Is
gap that you're talking about down below.
75.
Alright, I'm gonna take this scalp. 2 points. Hey, Brad, a quick question. Do you know anyone who's like heavily involved in crypto or would like to sell crypto for cash in hand?
What are you looking for?
As in, helping the seller, peer to peer, long story short. So, like my uncle just sold me a Bitcoin. Well, not
Mm-hmm.
me. It's I got people down here that have money, and then long story short, we're just buying the crypto off of you, and we're giving you cash in hand, and you're dodging taxes.
I don't know anybody, to be honest with you, but
Damn it.
I'm sure if you just post in the Discord and tag everybody, someone will hit
Alright,
you
bet.
up.
Yeah, I should probably do that. Or like Ethereum too, either one of those. But if you ever wanted to sell crypto and you wanted cash and not do it through an exchange, let me know.
Yeah, for sure I will. Yeah, pretty much everything that I have now is just kind of a hold for.
Yeah, same here. It's hard. I know a lot of people that like well, not a lot, but like a couple people that own like over 50, 100 tokens, but even they are being stingy about selling it at 30,000. Like, I mean, Bitcoin at 30,000 is still pretty cheap.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's one more run up on Bitcoin before the real kind of decision is made.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I just feel like more towards where crypto's heading. Like when I went to Costa Rica, like crypto is accepted everywhere. Like at the casino, you're able to trade Bitcoin for chips. At the gas station, you're able to pay with Bitcoin for gas. You know, like for souvenirs or like like if you went to the gas station for snacks and shit like that, you could pay in crypto too. Rent Airbnbs and all that shit with crypto. So like it was crazy because to see how adapted Costa Rica was to cryptocurrency, and like Ecuador and them are too. London's starting to accept it more. It's accepted in Vegas, like crazy parts in the US.
Yeah, it's just
So it's just
it's just well, a lot of the countries that are accepting it heavily just have a weak dollar. So as soon as the U.S. kind of
fixes this shit
if
up.
the
We'll
dollar
see
starts
how
to
it goes.
weaken, yeah, maybe.
Well, I mean, actually, hold up. Let me read you this. On March, I think it was March 9th that Biden signed the motherfucking thing. But here it is. I have it loaded. It says Executive Order 14067 officially titled "Ensuring Responsibility and Development of Digital Asset" was signed on March 9, 2022. And it's the 83rd executive order signed by the U.S. President Joe Biden. The ultimate aim of the order is to develop digital asset in a responsible manner. So, like, I mean, what I get out of that, it clearly sees that even the U.S. sees that their dollar is crashing, so they're finding the digital dollar as the solution.
U.S. dollar's crashing.
I mean, not well, eventually, yeah, no doubt about it. But like, I mean, currently we still give it the value that it has right now. but eventually, yeah, it would be crashing.
I don't
And then
know.
with the whole, well,
I
if
don't
you
know
think
about
about
that.
it, if there's going to be a new world order being built and U.S. doesn't have a spot with it, and currently the life source of Earth or whatever would be oil, which 80% of the oil is traded in the U.S. dollar currently, but with this new world order being built and U.S. not having a seat at it, and they're trying to create new oil industries, with currently I think it's Switzerland that holds the most oil, and Switzerland's joining too, and what if what if the dollar, like if the oil wasn't based off dollar anymore. Like you wouldn't think like that would make the US dollar crash.
Oh yeah, that would. I think I agree with that. Yeah, if oil trades go away from the dollar, it's just like only thing is there's just not right now. There's not a suitable replacement.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There's not a
Yeah.
suitable replacement. They're currently working on one, but of course it's gonna take years. Like I mean, I don't know, 5, 10 years, but like that's what they're aiming for. And if the U.S. doesn't go to war, which I mean, shit, no one wants war because that hurts the market. But if the U.S. goes to war to keep the U.S. dollar, um, the world currency, it's gonna, still be another shit show for the market.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like war is good for the U.S. market. Um,
Like, yeah, no doubt about it. But like the markets in general, like even when like what's the thing, Ukraine and all them were going to war, like that shit really hurt our markets too. Even though everything was being done through Bitcoin, like that shit still hurt the markets.
Not really though. That's the thing. Like it brought the market down a little bit, but not really.
So
You
what
know
do
what I
you
mean?
think about the market so bad? I don't know. Is it true that in 2022, like I don't know, I was reading this article that said that 2022, like a lot of high-end companies were like it was their most profitable year, but I don't get how there is the most profitable year when we're in a pandemic. Like there is some shit going on behind the scenes type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's because it's stale data. It's based off of the previous quarter. So like all the information that was coming in 2022 quarter one is based off of 2021, and 2020 and 2021 the market went straight up. So it's just kind of people fudge the dates to make information. Because I had like a
Okay.
couple of my buddies that hit me up and they're like, "Yo, the dollar's gonna crash. I just saw this fucking video, blah blah blah," and I'm like
Well, it's not like
America's
it's gonna
gonna
happen
need
by
to be
tomorrow.
gone. Yeah, but I mean like you're talking like world devastation for the dollar because like America's not gonna go down. Like, all right, you guys got it now. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
We
was
got
about to say if
bombs
that
and shit.
happened, our
Like,
economy would really be bad.
well, and they would just fight. Like
Hmm.
America's that's their forte. They're like, oh, you think you're better than me? Let me just beat your ass. Like,
Well, at least I got good intel from you, because I mean that's just where I'm surrounded right now. Like, of course, I know if it was to happen, I know the U.S. would first go to war
yeah.
before anything. But like, I mean, they're currently fixing their own shit show in their own economy right now. That's why they're not really worried about it. But I'm pretty sure they're aware of the whole new world order trying to be set, and they know with Russia, Brazil, Iraq, and all those extra countries. But shit. I mean, there's at least a pro that of printing all the money. They printed so much fucking money. Their money's all around the fucking world.
I kind of have like a theory, like a conspiracy theory of my own that basically America comes out and is like, hey, by the way, I made up Bitcoin and like everyone's money goes to zero, and then they're like, hey, you need these CBDCs, and then basically everyone in America is kind of forced into the CBDCs.
Yeah, okay, that's a pretty crazy theory, not gonna lie. But at the same time, to crash Bitcoin, you need to own a certain supply of Bitcoin. Like, yeah, even if they own like 25% and sold it all off and crash, like 25% of it wouldn't crash the whole Bitcoin market. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to own like a solid 50% of Bitcoin. But there's even a lot of Bitcoin out there that's fucking lost in wallets. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's this dude who has $256 million, two password tries left, doesn't remember his shit. Doesn't remember nothing, doesn't guess it. There's $256 million in Bitcoin gone.
Yeah, see, that's just stupid. See, and that's the thing is like, that's just kind of to me that's just fucking that's
It
That
is
shouldn't
stupid,
be
but
able
it's
to
a
happen.
decentralized world. You're supposed to, I mean, you take care and you own and you manage and you should be secure about your own stuff, you know? Like that's what the decentralized world is. It's peer to peer. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, yeah, it sounds fucking good. I mean, there should be a backup to this. That's why there's backup phrases, but we're talking about ledgers. Like, you know how there's ledgers and you can put it in a ledger and stuff like that. I
Yeah.
like ledgers, don't get me wrong, but nowadays with all of it, like MetaMask, you can consider MetaMask as a digital ledger. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like a MetaMask is not an exchange. It's not like it can connect to all exchanges, but it's not an exchange. It's like it's a digital wallet that you can connect to other exchanges if you like to, but it holds everything to it. And plus, you can control every single contract that's connected to it. So like you can go to like revoke.cash and you can see all the contracts that your MetaMask is connected to, and you can revoke them on all that, like shit like that. You literally can control your own digital wallet. That's why I like MetaMask. I like ledgers too, but MetaMask is a little bit more easier to access, and like you said, to lose all that shit, they have a whatchamacallit, the phrases, like
Yeah.
how they write you like a 14-word phrase.
14
Now you
words.
have
Yeah.
that and your password. But for the old ones, for like ledgers and stuff like that, you only have a password. And a lot of people write their passwords down
Oh,
on
nice.
paper, not on their phone.
I've been setting up charts and stuff, and then I went to hook up data, and it's like everything I was coming across says you will have problems if you run Rhythmic. So
I think I run Rhythmic on Sierra charts. I used Thinkorswim for a little bit when I first started, and then I went to Sierra charts.
yeah.
But I have one of Brad's old setups he made for my friend Jake a while ago.
Right on.
But wait, where do you check on Rhythmic? I'm pretty sure I use it. Like what's your broker account? Like from where? Tradeovate?
No, it's through Apex.
Apex?
Yeah. So
I use
Apex,
Tradeovate, and like
I'm
everything
not
runs really
totally
smooth.
sure how all that stuff works because you have like a broker, then you have to have a data feed, and then
Yeah, but the data feed comes from your the data feed. So you just gotta connect the broker, like the broker to Sierra charts from I think it's like I don't know if Apex is different, but from like the CQG connection, and then the like the Nolly data feed and all that, like the advanced, like so it's not 30 minutes delayed. It's not from Apex. It's through Sierra charts. So when you create your Sierra charts, you go to your control panel, and then you pay like this $22 fee a month to get like live data. So you connect it first, and it's all separate. Like the connection for you do the connection from Apex to Sierra. I don't know if it's through the CQG connection or like you said Rhythmic, but I know you can do it Rhythmic through Sierra charts, and then for the live data you pay through Sierra charts through your actual account, like of Sierra charts, not Apex, separate charge.
okay, that's where I keep getting lost. Is who you
Yeah,
pay
yeah.
and what
So
you pay for.
what happened?
That's where I don't follow it. I don't know who I'm paying or what I'm paying for.
So I know you already pay like your regular fees for Apex and stuff like that for your broker's account and all that. So yeah, what you need to do is just connect. So you look up how to connect Apex through Sierra charts, and I'm pretty sure like you do it through the rhythmic connection, like you said, and then they gives them like you gotta give them a day or so to connect it, and when that's connected, well, then you already have your broker's account connected to your account, so you can already trade. But what you need to do is then go on Sierra charts, go to your account control panel, which is just your account. You're able to buy extra shit like live data, like a regular trading account. They give you other shit to buy, but all you need is the Denali data, the live data. And then you pay the $22 fee through Sierra charts, and like your Sierra charts account will let you know like a week before you need to do your payment, and it'll bug you every day. And all you do is just do that $22 payment to Sierra charts, and then boom. All you're doing from Apex to Sierra is connecting your broker's account. You pay your you pay your separate fees and all that with Apex, and you're just connecting Apex to Sierra, and you're just paying Sierra $22 a month for the live data instead of being 30 minutes behind.
Okay.
Yeah, the only issue people really have with Apex is because Rhythmic doesn't provide historical data. So, like, if you're trying to load, like, a lot of data, it can sometimes it just won't do it.
Well, then just can't you just get like a TPO chart and just open that bitch wide?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the thing is like sometimes Rhythmic just for some reason like that's what people have issues with is like the Rhythmic data. Like, so if you're looking like, if you're trying to look at like profiles back to like January or something like that, sometimes they have issues with it.
So what data
I
comes
see. I
with
see.
what data do you get when you have an Apex account? Is
Rhythmic.
that Rhythmic? Is that the data?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just like the data slash connection. Like you're just
Or you
connecting
can
your
get,
broker's account data to Sierra.
I think you can get CQG if you sign up for a Tradeovate. I think that's what John was saying.
Yeah, yeah. That I'd use Tradeovate. It's CQG. I use CQG.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so if you use CQG, then you would never have any issues with the back data, the historical data, because CQG has historical data. Because
Yeah,
Rhythmic,
and then
it's not necessarily Apex's issue; it's Rhythmic's issue.
Rhythmic's issue. Okay.
But if you go through, like, you see how like all of my charts have the M on them right here. this
You're
M
not
right
live.
here. Oh, the M right here is basically saying the data, instead of getting pulled from my account, the data for the charts is getting pulled from the Denali data feed, which is through Sierra charts. The only thing is Denali is just data. You can't. There's no brokerage attached to it. You can't execute trades through it. So you have to be
So when you
connected.
sign up for Sierra charts, that does not include a data package. That's
Yeah,
just Sierra.
it should.
No,
Yeah,
so,
it
yeah,
includes
it does. It
Denali.
does. So like,
Yeah.
yeah, it'll give you the 30-minute delayed, and you pay the 22. So there's two separate platforms. Like, Sierra charts you're able to trade on, and then Apex or Trade of A. You connect the connections. Whatever connection you're using is the data that you'll get, and then you're separately paying Sierra charts to give you that live data like upfront, because there's still a trading platform. There's just not the brokers. The brokers just handling like your money and trades and shit like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Damn, if I would have just held it a little bit longer, waited for H, nah, I would have folded at the T2 settle. I would have paid myself. One thing, so how I wasn't on the live for like 2 weeks after I got back from Costa Rica? I was trying to refresh my mind and shit because I didn't trade that much when I was out there. And then, I mean, I was still doing good, so I switched over to the sim, but I'm trying to get used to be able to trade with like bigger, not bigger contracts, but like like being able to uh identify the average more, because I'm used to just trading with one contract, which is still good. I'm still hitting trades, but I'm trying to be able to trade with two contracts and still control myself and be able to hit trades with two contracts, because I've never even taken that step. Like I've done it here and there, but like never really tried to like um hit trades with two lots, and I need to learn how to risk a little bit more. Like today,
the
I hit
the
one today.
biggest thing is, like, so when you size up like that, it's not that you're risking more, right? You still want to maintain like the same amount of risk, but what you want to do is, so like, let's say you put on two contracts, right? And like your typical risk is, let's just say 3 points on one contract. Well, now with two contracts on, the same amount of risk is going to be a point and a quarter, or a point and a half, right? And
Oh, just
so
add a point and a half to the risk.
no, so like, so basically your your risk is the same, right? If you're doing a point and a half of risk, it's the
Mm-hmm.
same amount of risk, but also, depending upon your target, the market's not going to have to move as much either. And so, like, basically what you can do when you add that second contract is, instead of taking them, you get in, let's say you get in right here 46 quarter, instead of taking them off at 49, where you would normally take them off for a 3-point win, right? You take
Mm-hmm.
one off at 47 or 48, right? And now
And
you
then
have, and then
okay.
try to ride the winner. But the thing is like, you still have to manage the risk on the backside. So you don't want to be doubling your risk if you're not going to be doubling your reward. So like, the way you trade two contracts is a little bit different than the way you trade one contract. And trading one contract, honestly, I think is harder than trading two contracts, but it also can get you into a little bit of hot water, because let's say your max risk is this 3 points. Well, if it goes down a point and a half, or let's say you put two contracts on, when it gets down 1 point, maybe you want to just cut the loss on one of them first before, and we're just talking,
Before flagging.
theoretical
Okay.
numbers. Well, before, like, so that way, if it does keep going against you, you're only riding the downside with one contract instead of two,
Okay.
because
Okay.
that's what can kind of get people into trouble.
That's why I traded to the sim first before for like today was my first double contract like actual like on live, which was, I mean, it wasn't, the trade was pretty identifiable, I'm not gonna lie. Like I I truly believe the upside was taking it. So I wasn't like emotional like that. I was chilling, but like there's times where like I'm still working on patience. I feel like if I was a little bit more patient and just waited a little bit more longer, I'll be able to trade like right now I think I'm trading like weekly, which is still not successful. I think it's like a 30-40%. But I feel like if I just was more patient and and sometimes I'm quick to shut runners when I can just be like one trade for the day and good, that'd be chilling for me. But instead, I cut those out and then I make myself stay on the computer more and then I get more eager. I just need to learn how to stay more self-centered, more patience, and cut the amount of trades I'm taking. Because if I could do that, I feel like I can definitely like start looking on a better side of percentages than 30 or 40.
Well, then also what you can do is, if you're looking to add a little bit more size, look to add it in a trade that's already winning. So let's say you get long the 46, right? And it gets up to 48 and your target is 52 maybe, right? Well, at 48, let's say you add another lot. So now you're running two lots, one from 46, one from 48. Your average is 47. Your initial stop loss was 3 points, 43. Well, now your new stop loss is 44, right? You're still in a winning trade. And now you've got a move up. It gets to 50, starts to struggle a little bit. You take that one that you added on 48 off, right? So that now you have a plus 2 on this trade no matter what. Your initial stop loss was 43, your entrance was 46. Well, now your original stop loss that since you added it came 44, even if it comes down to 44, you finish at 0.
Zero, yep.
So you're able to kind of hold the trade, as you added some risk, took some risk off, and even if it came back to 44, you're still going to be at a commission loss. So like
zero for that one, and then plus 2 points for the one that it took.
Well, if you get 46, it comes to 44. This would be -2, so you'd be +2 -2.
Oh yeah, still even.
Yeah. So
okay,
you'd
I
be
see what
even.
you're saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start. All right, then you gave me like a strategy to practice. I'm gonna practice dual contract, but I'm gonna make sure while I'm doing dual contract, I scalp for the point or two, so to put myself in the safe zone and still ride that one. And if it does end up going well, I ended up getting 2 extra points out of it, and it's still a win-win.
And the same thing applies, right? So like let's say you add 46 and then you add another one 48, your average is 47. Well, if you add 48 and it comes down to 47, maybe you take the add off, it just wasn't the best spot to add. So now you're -1, right? Your stop loss is still at 43, but you're just -1 in this trade. Right, so the same trade can still keep going, but you just have to know like your initial risk. If it was 43, maybe move it to 44, and even if it comes back down, you still finish as a -3, which was your initial risk on the trade, anyways. Because the trades are gonna lose. That's just a fact of life. Like you're not gonna win every trade.
Yeah, that's factual. But that was such a good view to see because I was low-key. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because I wanna like, I feel like even if like I can catch it, it's like I feel like lately what I've been identified as my problem is I've been working on patience, which has definitely helped me catch other trades, but I could be more patient, most definitely. And like one thing I've been trying to attack is the amount of trades that I take. Cause back like I don't know, maybe like 2-3 months ago, I'd be taking like 5-6 trades, making 5-6-7 points, and then ending the day with 0 or like -3 points. Like getting the trade and all that wasn't the problem. It was just getting the fuck off. So I know I can get off. It's just more like I'm trying to limit my trades, and if it's a bad day, let's say I hit 3 bad trades, okay, I'm gonna set my loss and get off. Just so I can have the good discipline on a good day. Hey, I made my points. I'm gonna get off. Until I have more built-in of patience of being able to trade the market and wait another 2 hours to take another trade or something like that, or identifying. But I still got a lot more to get there. I've only been doing this shit for like 2 years, 2.5 years.
Yeah, and just remember like it's better to add to a winner than to add to a loser, right? Because a lot of people they don't want to.
So if I see it coming, feel confident to add the trade.
Yeah, yeah, I don't see why not. Like I mean, like so let's say you start, start that 46 and it goes up, right? Why not add? Whereas like a lot of people, what they'll do is like they'll get 46, it'll come down close to their stop, and they're like, well, I'm going to add 44. Well, their initial stop was 43 because they're risking 3 points initially. They're risking
Yeah.
a -3. Well, if you add 44, right? So your new stop becomes 45. What happens
My
is
new
they add
entry.
44, they sell 46, and really, you're back to even, but you just paid the commissions on something because you're adding to this losing trade.
Yeah.
And so, like, if you're going to add, if the market dips, then you still want to hold to like the initial target. I mean, it really just comes back to accepting the risk that you're going to put on. And
Hmm.
if you're adding on the way down, you're not really you're not really able to accept the risk because you're adding to
On
the
the way
risk,
down,
so you have
yeah,
to
you're reacting to
readjust
the
the whole
trend.
time.
Yeah, to the opposite.
Yeah.
I've been trying to use TPO a lot, especially with my trades. Like when you were talking in the car, I used the open of the day like a reference, and L was coming down, so I took a long. It was just a quick scalp. I cut it out at the top of L, but I took a quick long because I mean it was more like a yeah 50-50 trade, but like I just in my head was like according to TPO, if buyers would want to hold the price after breaking today's price should be held here. So I've been taking a lot of TPO trades.
And,
If buyers were gonna hold, they would have to hold that A open, or I've been using the previous day halfback and like highs and lows too as not as targets, but like as flow. Like let's say the market started and we had a push towards like the previous day high, and it wasn't so hot, like we didn't break it, and then I try to rely on all right, how far sellers gonna take this down? Are we gonna find a new mean, or buyers gonna hold it? Are we gonna eventually test that up? I've been just trying to use TPO as much as I can because I mean TPO don't lie. Time, price, opportunity.
yeah, I mean, and then just remember, like the trade that you took off the open, that's a good trade, and it's easily like risk managed trade too, because you have sequencing going on, right? This I low is mechanical, this J low is mechanical, and then you kind of get
Hmm.
that L low a little bit mechanical. It's a little bit high off the open, but it's it's more or less basically off of the A high. So another mechanical trade, and that's kind of telling us like right now that there's short-term buyers are in charge of the market, right? Because we're above the A high, we can assume that this is probably decent excess, right?
Uh-huh.
We kind of assumed that it was more short covering, but maybe the shorts got stuck down here at the 30 area, and this was actual buying down here. So this is an area tomorrow, or should
In the
we
coming
retest it in
days,
Globex that we can maybe use as a decent area
along.
to buy from, right?
Yup.
Based off of kind of how the market acted
How the
today.
market's been reacting off that price. Hmm. Although we did get stopped out at last night's high, previous day, like the
Yeah, so
previous
it
day.
wasn't able to take the high, and that was kind of the key for that liquidation or that short
Hmm.
that kind of set
But
up.
I mean, currently we still have to wait because I mean, with the if you wanted to put it in frame count, we're still one time framing up the way K, L, and M have opened. They might be backfilling, but who knows? That's another reason why I held G. Well, I got long on F, but that's another reason why, because you could start seeing the trend from C, D, E, F. You know, I saw the trend come in, and my last hope when the sellers tested down was backfill, and I knew the only way I knew if they were backfill was if they held the open and made their way up, which they did, and then that's why I was like, buyers are about to give these sellers the Mikamakamu.
See, when in reality, like if you're zooming in a little bit, right, you get these mechanical references kind of like back to back. So you could have been in this trade a little bit early, especially with this weak spot here. K period
Mm-hmm.
opened up, traded lower. You could have bought that below the open, stop below this. Even if you were looking to build a bigger position, you could be stop below here. because you know if this flips, then most likely there's going to be liquidation, and then
And I'll
short-term
be able to
inventory,
catch the downside too.
right? Short-term inventory will switch from long to short, because remember, when short-term traders are in control, really the only thing that it takes for them to switch from buying to selling or selling to buying is a little bit of volatility or a little bit of change. And the way that we notice that on the profile is when one time framing up stops or sequencing stops, or we break a value area high or value area low, or a Globex high or Globex low, right? Little little things like that can kind of tip us off early, um, to set up trades. And so
Something
like
I also been trying to do is identify if anything. I know every day is not a trend day. Like I've been reading Mind Over Markets. Every day is gonna have its own days. Like double distribution days. The P, a normal day, all that stuff. But I try to. That's one thing I've been trying to do is try to put myself with the trend if there's one to be found.
right. That's I mean, trading with the trend, like even if it is like an intraday trend, is definitely going to be more beneficial more times than not.
Yeah.
And
Like
then
I
you
was
just
reading
want to
the.
make sure, like, if it isn't, like, let's say it's not a trend day, right? Because only about 20-25% of days are trend days,
Mhm.
and you get long on that open. Well, you understand, like, okay, well, today's probably not a trend day, and so we've got good excess on the high, we've got good excess on the low. As you get closer and closer to the high, you really got to be paying attention to the tempo and the market. Like, okay, what's
Yeah.
it doing? Is there a reference that it can break to maybe show some strength or get some stops out of here? And then if it doesn't do these things, then you just go ahead and call the trade. You could even look to reverse that trade.
Yeah,
Um,
that's one thing that's one thing I do, like when I do that a lot during breaks. Like like for example, we're getting down to the bottom. Let's say if it was a good day and we're getting back to the open, right? And I take a long, like we're a little bit above the open, risk a little bit, and sellers actually come in and take this shit out, and then you can tell, oh, there's a little bit decency. We might the next level, for example, if we did break the A, the A open would be the teapot. So I'd write a short to the teapot, see how I react to the teapot. If sellers step into the teapot, then that's what they're like managing the trade. That's what I've been trying to focus and see. Hey, is this trade gonna work out? Are we just sitting on it? Can we take some points or shit like that?
Hey, Dom, have you been on all day?
Me? Well, no, I got off and I went to the gym when I told you guys. But
Oh,
when
yeah,
I got
yeah,
back
yeah,
to
that's right.
when I got back from the gym, I got back on. I saw you guys were still on, and I was like, oh, bet. So I just hopped on to talk and shit because I was thinking about like the shit I wanted to ask Brad and shit.
Hmm.
Steve, do you have any crypto you like to sell, cousin? I got cash in hand.
I don't. Do not.
Damn it.
Got plenty of crypto, just none I want to get rid of.
Well, if you ever want to get rid of something, let me know.
All right.
I'm like the middleman to the connect. Trust. Do you guys know who Dave Vegas is?
Dave Vegas?
Yeah, or Vegas Dave. Vegas Dave, my bad. He's a sports bettor. Well, he's not really a sports bettor. He's a
Oh,
fucking dude who
Vegas
just.
Dave. Yeah. I know
Yeah,
who
yeah,
that is.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So you know that dude, right?
Mhm.
That's what me and my friend are trying to recreate. But just like a crazy ass youngling like me. And just be like, y'all gotta buy my bets, cuz. So that's why I be going to Costa Rica because we're kind of trying to get all this shit planned out. And yeah, it's more like a fake it till you make it.
Maybe we'll end the day on a spike to the upside. Oh, there's the bell right there.
Why does end period trade? I thought end period like started the new market. Why is it trading within it?
I just have it set up like that. You could
No,
separate
it's for
it.
mine too. Like it used to separate, but now it does that to mine too.
It's just how you have your time set up. So like if you go to your chart settings, your session times, like I have mine to 6:14:59, and then I have Globex start at 6:15. I just set it up like that because it was kind of skewing the volume for Globex because a lot of trades happen during end period as like a lot of weaker hands. I mean, you could see all the volume that just came in during end. Everyone's closing
Oh
out their
yeah.
trades, right? So it was basically just kind of skewing the volume. So like if I were to go like this and then take end period and split the profile
Ah,
and
there you go.
then merge these, right? It really puts a lot of volume down here when in reality, like there's really no volume down here. Maybe some time spent down here, but not really a lot of volume. So it can kind of just like lead you to the. It's just kind of
Like a little reference point.
just like bad data really. Like it's just not important data to incorporate into the Globex session, right? Kind of make you think like, oh well, volume's down here. This day doesn't necessarily change it, but sometimes end period has so much volume that it could move the volume point of control lower or make you think
Ah,
inventory short when it's actually not, right? Just kind of, and you're just basing it off of really more or less just people closing trades out.
It's all the settle. It's all the settle.
I remember
stuff
one
that we're
time
Right.
I did really good trading. My account I put like 100 in that shit, and then I ran it up all the way to like five something, and then my dumbass thought I could trade it end to end, and I called Jake and I'm like, yo, it won't let me flatten out my trade, cause he's like, bro, they're gonna margin call your ass and you're about to liquidate your whole account, and I was like, bro, there's no way, and then I woke up Monday, and that shit was liquidated.
Oh, you didn't close it out before 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't close all my. I was trading the M bar, and this was like I don't know, probably like 8 months to a year ago, and I didn't know about like that you couldn't trade M into N. And I was like, "Yo, Jake, I'm calling him over here. I'm like 6 points up. I'm like, bro, it won't let me flatten." He's like, "Bro, you better hope the market goes your way, or else your ass is gonna get margin called." And it went the opposite way, and I got my shit liquidated.
What'll happen? Yeah, even like if you trade futures options too, like a lot of times, like sometimes depending upon who your broker is, like they'll exercise the options, and so you'll actually like hold the options instead of just being settled, and it kind of just throw your account into like a weird state. So you call them and be like,
Damn.
oh, cash this out.
Cash this out.
Yeah, because I remember the first time I traded futures options. Futures options are cash settled, anyways. But like, what happens is because they don't update them until after the settlement. So after 5 o'clock, that's when everything gets updated. So like, what happened was, my options expired in the money, so I expected just to get the cash from where they expired at, but instead, what happened was until Globex opened back up and it got fixed, it was showing my account like a negative $300,000 balance or something like that. And I was like, oh fuck.
Hell no, I'd be freaking out.
I was freaking out the first time. Yeah, I was like, oh
man,
fuck.
300K.
You mean because it was showing the options?
Exactly. Yeah, so it was showing like because I didn't have the money to cover the full contract, because like what happens is the contract is worth X amount,
Right.
and then it was basically showing it like I bought the contract even though it's a cash settled contract. It's happened to me on stocks before too. Um, like one time I had a bunch of calls on Caesar and they expired in the money, and then instead of just closing me out, they exercised them, and so like I had like 700 shares of Caesar, and I couldn't get rid of them until the market opened back up the next day. And just overnight, you're just hoping like, well, fuck, I hope they open back up because I would have had whatever the premium was, but instead now I'm having to hold these shares until tomorrow opens up to get rid of them.
That would suck.
It was just it was annoying as fuck. and they were like deep in the money too. Like, so, you know, any movement to the downside was just gonna piss me off because I was up a pretty good amount.
Did you guys catch any? Did you guys see that huge ass fucking run on that meme coin?
The Pepe coin.
Yeah, I have a friend who fucking put $100 in it, and I'm like, bro, you're a moron, bro. It's a meme coin, like that shit boo boo. Just for this dude to fucking put 100 and then get like $1,600 out of it, like 2 weeks later, I'm like, bro, you bugging.
Somebody turned like $80 on Pepe into like 8 million or something like that.
Yeah, and then of course, fucking all these people sold off. All these morons who are like, oh, this shit's up, bought, and then got fucked. And then
Actually, I
yeah,
think it's back up. I think that Pepe coin. I
there's
think it
no
went.
way. And let me check this shit out.
Yeah, I think it did.
Pepe. No fucking way. It literally took a shot up too again. Wait, how many zeros would that be in difference? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4.
I guess it's
So
it's down a little bit, but yeah.
yeah,
So I mean,
people.
this is when
I
it got
mean,
it got listed on Binance this day, so we'd have to use something else like this one here. But yeah, so like, yeah, it got. This is the day that it got listed on Binance. It shot up, and then last week, yeah,
sold the
it
fuck.
came up.
Well, I mean, it
Yeah,
had
it
to
came
find a
back up.
balance. It found its balance literally like right where, I mean, they put the volatility or the investment towards the token. So of course it's gonna start building there. But it's fucking crazy that they label Binance. I bet you Binance made some money off of this. Like they're a U.S.
Oh,
based exchange. There's no way they would
well,
let a
I
meme
mean,
coin on their fucking thing.
it's basically like IPOing. So I'm sure like the whole move up was getting sold by Binance, who already owned the coin.
Yeah, true.
I'm sure.
Damn, motherfuckers had a run. I hate when that. I mean, I don't hate it. Like cool, whatever. But like, bro, it triggers me when meme will run up like this. When I need Bitcoin up like this.
Yeah.
One thing I've been trying to get into or find is DAOs, like actual sustainable APY DAOs. I used to be in one last year Hyperverse, but that shit ended up crashing. But that shit was making me like I wasn't doing shit. I just invested like $2,500 into it, and then they're paying me like $27 a day, and then I kept rebuying, so I was getting paid like $50 a day, and then that's when I fucking went crazy and bought a shit ton of NFTs. And yeah, I was making me shit ton of money, and then motherfuckers did some crazy shit. I don't know, probably scandal or whatever. They had too much money in there, and they all walked away millionaires. But fucking yeah, the whole shit crashed, and yeah, I lost $2,500 out of it, but I ended up spending like 7K of what they gave me. So you know what DAOs are, Brad, or no?
Mm-mm.
Decentralized autonomous organizations.
I haven't heard
It's
of
like
them.
it's like it's like any other, like you know how crypto, like how exchanges run APY pools, like you get to stake shit in a pool of like Ethereum and you receive like 2.42 Ethereum back
Right.
APY. Yeah, so DAOs are pretty much the same shit. It's a token pool, but it's not. It's long story short, an exchange for a token pool. It's an exchange, but the exchange only supports the token that you're gonna put in the pool. And like shit ton of people put money in there. They promise you the return. They build money. They make money with the market moves and all that, and they pay people out and shit like that for investing into their thing. But the only sketchy part about it is again the name, decentralized autonomous organization. So it's fully decentralized. So you don't know who the fuck is behind it. I mean, the one I was in, yeah, we did know who it was, but I mean, I don't know. Who knows where that dude is at? Their token crashed from $2.31 to like 6 zeros and like 1 6. So like the Pepe token price, that shit crashed.
Yeah, and well, that's kind of like back to, like easy. It's easy to spread mistrust over crypto when you
When
have
shit like that's happening,
shit
yeah.
like that. Like, I mean, even what was that guy? The Lulu token? What token was that?
The Luna token? Yeah, they
Luna.
arrested his bitch ass.
Yeah, but
That's
after he
crazy.
already did it twice. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, he literally did it. Well, yeah. That's crazy. But I mean, again, Luna was based like how I said, like the Luna ran here. Let me see what blockchain it ran off of. But no matter what blockchain it ran off of, to create the Luna token, it had to have its own separate chain and all that. And
Well, and
only people
here's the
who
thing,
created the
like
chain and
all the
access
people
to it.
all the people that he scammed. So let's say he sold all of his Luna, right? He did sell all of his Luna, and what did
Yeah.
he do with it? Probably bought Bitcoin. They can't get that Bitcoin, so they can't. There's no way to get like reparations from him. So like like Wolf of Wall Street, for example, he was selling. He was doing like this kind of shady system in order to make money off of people. But when they came after him, right, they took all of his money. They seized all of his assets. They took his houses, things like that. Well, they can't really do that if all of your money's in Bitcoin because they can't get it. You know what I mean? They can't freeze your wallet. Like, and so that's where people like. I mean, there's just a lot of like, a lot of gray areas.
So, I mean, it is a decentralized world with a world with no rules is scary, but like I mean, a lot of people don't like the government running their shit. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if we had a more considerable, better government, shit would be different. But I mean, that's not the standard nowhere around the world because all governments have control of the people that or the average people or wherever who it is where they live at.
And that's the double side of the sword. Like people are like, well, I don't want cops, and it's like, well, you don't want bad cops, but you do want good cops, right?
Oh, crazy story!
And so like,
In
what are you
Costa
gonna do?
Rica,
Not have any?
There was a
Like,
lady there was a lady in San Francisco who said defund the police, and she was like created this entire thing, and she got them to reverse like $12 million of funding for the police. And then there was just a video of her recently where she's like, I feel like that you guys aren't even listening to me because the police aren't out there helping, and there's people are dying now. People are dying in the streets, and we need to fix this issue with the police not responding.
but she's the one who defunded them.
She's the one. Well, I won't say she's the one, but she is
But she's
part
the one
of
who started it.
the
Yeah.
one. And so she's anyway. So it's just hilarious. And there's all these people going. So if if you're part of the problem that created the defunding, how do you get to come back and make that judgment and say, why are you guys not responding?
Yep.
And
Hey,
how does
Brian, now
that
that you're
work?
talking about corrupt cops, that shit brought me back. In Costa Rica, we got pulled over because you know how I went for New Year's? Every New Year's, just like we need registration payments or whatever, like that sticker on your car. In Costa Rica, it's called a
I gotta
merchamo.
do yard work.
And we went and partied for New Year's, and of course, the embassy was like 6 hours away, so we still had to drive home no matter what. And we ended up getting pulled over by the cops, and my friend Mikey was like, bro, just before we left the bank, he's like, bro, just take out $200 just in case we pull over. I'm like, what the fuck is $200 gonna do? We got pulled over. He tells me to whip out the 200. He's like, leave it right under the door handle, bro. Like, just hold your hand like right on the door handle with the 200. So I did. Cop came up, saw the 200, looked at me, grabbed my 200, walked away.
Yeah, it's the same
And
way in Mexico.
I was like, I bet.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a such a tricky checks and balances type of system. I mean, and
Mm-hmm.
it's not just law enforcement, but like, it's like all the people that they want like this. They're like, oh well, tattoos shouldn't affect your job placement or shouldn't affect your ability to get a job, and you've got a tattoo on your face that says like, just maybe you have like some dumbass money sign, or just any face tattoo is fucking
Yeah.
stupid, I think. But like, they're like, well, that shouldn't matter. Well, it's like, if I own a business and I've got two people that are equally qualified and one guy has a face tattoo and one doesn't, I'm going to hire that guy that doesn't, right? Regardless of, and people are like,
You're
"Yeah,
offering.
that's discrimination." It's like, yeah, no shit. Because I think personally, since I'm the owner of the business, I think you personally
Exactly.
made a poor decision fucking getting a face tattoo. Right. And the
Mm-hmm.
people are like, oh, that shouldn't matter. And it's like, well, it does. And there's really no, there's really no way to not have that matter.
Have you ever
It's, I
seen?
mean, just a
There's
simple fact of life.
there's a. Have you ever seen Baby Driver?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so there's this guy in Baby Driver, and the guy looks at him. He's like, "You have a tattoo." He said, "It says hats," and he goes, "Well, yeah, it used to say hate." but now it says hats. And he goes, why would you have a tattoo that says hats? And he goes, who doesn't like hats? It's just, it's just, it's just the level of just like justification of how I'm gonna have. I mean, the fact that you would even get. I mean, obviously the guy was a criminal, but the fact that you would even get a tattoo that says hate. But I mean, just the idea of how do you fix that? I mean, whatever it is, how do you fix it?
Well, and it's anything too. Like people are like they feel like they should be able to go to a job interview and wear shorts and a fucking tank top. Like, well, it shouldn't matter. Like, but it does matter. You know what I mean? It does matter. Like, and that's
Have you
just,
seen that
just
millennial
happens.
millennial interview? There's a video of a millennial interview. A woman walks in, she sits down, and he's like looking at the resume, and he's like, well, so you seem very qualified, and they're having a good conversation. He's like, well, our day starts at 8:30, and she goes like, in the morning, and well, yeah, and he goes, yeah, I don't even get up until 10:30, and so then anyway, they go all the way through the thing, and at the end, she's like, oh my gosh, I feel triggered. I need to have a conversation with HR, and he goes, you don't work here. This is an interview. She's like, I have to talk to HR. Anyway, it's just funny.
Yeah, no, it's hard to find, especially like even kids my age, like at 20, like when I scroll through Snapchat and shit like that, like probably like 75% of these motherfuckers do not have jobs. They're out here doing I don't even fucking know. Like I'm glad I'm fucking trying to like trade and shit like that. And I do work a lot, but it's hard to find kids nowadays that even want to work. And I'm talking like from the age of like 23 and under.
Yeah, I mean, even people that are my age, like in their 30s, there's a lot of people that are complaining about life, saying,
Fucking matrix bots.
This did to me. This happened to
well,
me.
like, or they blame the generation before, like, oh, well, my parents ruined my any chance of me being successful, and it's like, well, one, we already know how strong the mindset is, so like, if you have a mindset of not being successful, you'll never be successful, no matter what.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
And two, like, instead of doing something about it, it's almost popular now to complain.
Literally.
And so like it's just to me is kind of crazy because like growing up, like I wasn't really even allowed to complain. If I started complaining, my dad would be like, I don't want to hear that shit, so take it somewhere else. Like, and so like I have a cousin who's kind of like that. He's just fucking mad at the world, thinks that he can't he thinks he can't, right? He thinks he can't succeed. And in my experience, most of the time it's the people that have never really moved out of their own initial starting point. Like they've lived in the same spot their entire life, they've seen the same things, and they're like, yeah, this is how everything is everywhere. And it's like, it's such a small area compared to the rest of the world. It's just it's kind of crazy. And that's a thing, is like there's just not one rule that will make sense to everybody everywhere, because some places don't need the rule. Like, some places like let's say down in the South, where they seem to love the police, whereas in like on the coastal states they really just like hate the police, or the coastal cities they seem to hate the police. Well, that's why there's an argument like, well, defunding doesn't make sense because this or that, when in reality it's not one to dictate them all. You can't, you wouldn't want to be judged off every 19-year-old that commits a crime, like all 19-year-olds are criminals. You're like, fuck, I can't wait till my 20th birthday so that I won't be a criminal anymore. It's like, that's how stupid everybody is.
Yo.
At this point, it's like, it's just getting insane. And everyone thinks that and that's one thing, like, that's why I wish we had a president that would just come out and be like, you know what, not everybody's opinion matters, because everyone kind of thinks that their opinion matters, and in reality it just fucking
That's the problem. Is
just
everybody?
doesn't.
I mean,
Joe Dickey fucking Biden ain't gonna do shit either.
people have been taught that their opinion matters. That's the problem. People have been gone through their whole life and go, well, everybody's opinion matters and everybody needs a voice and everybody needs to be able to speak and everybody's important and everybody's special. Everybody deserves a 12th place trophy.
Well, like I believe everybody deserves like a should be able to say their piece or should be able to feel how they want to feel, but it shouldn't change anything. You know what I mean? Like just because you think that it's unfair that the generation like because I'm considered a millennial. Well, I'm actually after millennial because I think millennial ends 85, but like you know
Zillennial.
millennials like yeah the zillennial people think that you know that everything was ruined by the baby boomers. And so like they ruined everything. We don't have a chance, and so I'm just gonna have to be a fucking homeless piece of shit.
This is
Um,
the age of easy money, though.
well,
That's what
it's
millionaires call it too. It's like the age of easy money.
and they don't
The
want to
age of what?
they don't want to work because everyone's so I blame social media. Everyone's so obsessed with what people think about them. So like if I mean there was a guy that was walking around in Vegas and he was saying, would you rather have a high profile job that doesn't pay well or would you rather clean sewers for $100,000 a year? And you know, most people, most men were like, I'd rather fucking clean the sewers and make 100K. But like a lot of the people that, didn't seem like they were hard workers, they were kind of like, well, I'll just have a high profile job because they'd rather be popular and miserable than fucking comfortable and not popular. And
Exactly.
that's what everyone wants. They just want that podium so they can, of hopes. I mean, look at how many people are streamers. And like my
Yeah.
nephew, he's 13 years old and like he's doing the streaming thing. And like I'm not I'm not uh like fairy tailing him like when he's like, oh, I'm gonna be this, I'm gonna be that. I'm like, probably not. Just straight up, like I'm not trying to crush his dreams, but I'm just being completely honest with him. The amount of people that make it to that elite level of a streamer is just not that high. And so like
It's a saturated market. Like you need to have some sort of thing because Twitch streaming is a market that's definitely been saturated a lot.
well, it's
Like
any
it's
but
hard.
that's the thing, it's with anything. And that's what people don't understand. They don't understand that like they think that everyone's just there because it was given to them, not because they
Yep.
busted their ass to make it happen. you know it's like, oh, this guy just fucking he just knows, like, and it's like, well, maybe he does, but maybe he busted his ass to get where he's at.
Yeah, I mean, it takes everything, the people you know, the people you meet, who you keep around you. Like, of course, like it's a lot of people want to do it on themselves enough, but if you want to make something happen, you need a team. And like, still, it takes
Yeah.
time to make all that happen in general.
And one thing's for sure is that if you don't put in effort, it's not going to happen. It's definitely not
Exactly.
going to happen
Yep.
by just complaining about it, like, or even just people are like, oh, I'm gonna be thin this year, and I'm just gonna say it every day. I'm gonna be thin. I'm gonna be thin. I'm gonna be thin. Like, well, you're not gonna be thin just by saying it out loud. Like, that's just
Yeah,
fucking.
exactly. Yeah.
You know.
That's one thing, like how you're saying about like how it's more like of how like people look at others and like then blame others instead of themselves, but yet they sit there and go to all these people's, like, for example, like me, I've never gone to a concert. I don't see I don't find it interesting going to go praise someone else. Like, I prefer praise myself, better myself, type shit. So like how you were talking about like Twitch streaming and all that, like it's just like, yeah, there's saturated markets for sure, and most of it's gonna be hard, but a lot of these people who like sit there and complain will sit there and complain, but yet go spend their money on someone they praise, but they won't praise themselves and better themselves.
Right. Yeah. Like they won't put in the money. Like they'll spend money to watch a stream or watch someone else, but like
Exactly, but they
they
won't spend
won't.
the money to better themselves.
Right. Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
like one thing like I've also like always like noticed or like realized or like try to be like, why the fuck would I spend money to go praise someone else when I can just become something good myself and then have other people spend money on me to praise me, like, shit like that. So I
Well,
mean,
it's like like a lot of people they'll rather watch the movie than read the book. You know
exactly.
That
Yep.
would be
that
me.
that's kind of the thing, and that's the thing is like it. Some people can get away with that, right?
And
Some
that's
people have an adaptability to just be able to
yeah.
watch the movie and understand
I can
the premise.
I can read between the lines. I can read between the lines. I mean, we'll be watching. I don't even remember what it was. Maybe Desperate Housewives. We were watching the series. I was watching with my wife,
Okay.
and
Desperate Housewives. What you watching over your cousin?
my wife was the one who wanted to watch it. It wasn't like I chose it. Anyway, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is what's gonna happen. And I would say probably 50% of the time, I would literally pull shit out of my ass and be right. And she,
But that's the thing, like how you're saying, like reading the book over the movie. Like I fall guilty for that too. Like it's like the same aspect of just putting in the work. Because like when you read something, you acknowledge it. Your brain conceives it. You learn about it. A movie, you're just there sitting, being entertained.
well,
In this day and age, it takes discipline
Mm-hmm.
to read a book or to do a task, right?
Exactly. Fuck motivation. It's discipline only. That's what
Well,
I posted on my story today. Discipline over motivation.
and think about it like I mean like yard work, right? Like I could pay someone to fucking do this yard work for sure, but it's just who I am that I'm gonna just
You
do
can
it
get it done.
myself.
You can get it done.
there's
There's no need to waste. Yeah, exactly. No need to waste some money. You have
also
the discipline to get it done.
for me, it's opportunity cost.
That's
For
one
me,
thing I've been trying to learn. Like
it's
time,
either
like values money. Like time is money, and like I know I could have been putting a lot of time going to Costa Rica instead of working this job where I'm absolutely getting fucking screwed at. But at the end of the day, I know I work hard for myself. So no matter where I work at, I'm still gonna bust ass, and
for,
that's just my morale.
for me, it is more about because if I'm not like if it's during the day, either I'm working a job or I'm programming or doing my bot or whatever along all those things along. So doing the yard is just not something that I would say. And I'm not saying that that is for everyone because I'm sure it's not really a matter. And I would say this that as you get to a point where your opportunity, I mean, and for me, I don't really like hard work. I do work to a degree. I
Hey, if you
keep
make the
myself
money, you make the
decent.
money to get it paid, then it's all chilling.
But
Like dog me. I ain't no mechanic. If I had the
but
money
I'm
to
not
get my
like
car fixed, have at
now
it.
car working on a car. I mean, I'm all over that.
Yeah, you
Same
see,
thing
I'm
with
Costa Rican.
painting.
I know shit about cars.
I'll work on a car all fucking day long. I love it. Anyway, but like as far as what was I talking about? Oh, when I'm watching a movie, I'm always looking for I'm trying to connect the plot lines.
Connect the dots. I Yeah, I mean,
I'm
yeah, it could
trying
be
I,
good.
so I'm
It could
For
be
me
good
an
practice.
active it is an active experience for me watching anything. It doesn't matter what it is. Could be
Shit, I
freaking
don't do that.
IU on PBS. I am still trying to connect the dots. Just kidding. I don't watch IU on PBS.
And it's with everything. It's not like not just necessarily like watching a movie or doing yard work, right?
Exactly. Doesn't
These are just
matter.
like examples for like from my own self, like things that I know I could take the easy route, but it
But
wouldn't
you're
get
disciplined
the
enough to.
same information out of it. Like
Uh-huh.
because
Of
it's a
course.
lot easier to listen to Jim Dalton's book on Audible than it is to read it.
Oh,
Um,
Brad, you don't understand how tempted I am to fucking buy the Audible, but I'm telling myself I can't because I want to fucking read it.
There there is
you should
there
buy
is
the Audible, and then the PDF is in the Discord, and just
learning
like
styles.
go through it. Like let
It
it read it for you, and
Wait, so it's
then
in a Discord? Where? Like I can listen to it?
no the just the PDF.
So there's
Or
learning styles though. So for me, I learn from here listening. I learn way
challenging me,
more
yeah,
from
but you're
listening than I
challenging
do from
yourself at
reading.
the same time. But that's good. I've never thought about that. I'm gonna start
I
doing
learn
that shit.
so my scales are reading is the lowest level of learning for me. Then there's listening, which is the next level, and then there's doing, which is the level that is highest for me. Hands-on for me beats every other. In fact, I learn way more. Not only do I learn more from doing or trying or screwing around, but I actually am internalizing the fundamental aspects of it. So for me, like for programming, if you were to read about programming, it is so effing hard to really use that and in practice. listening to programming, you can understand the concepts and understand the ways of it. But when you're actually using something and you're actually finding the ways that it's failing or working or whatever, I mean, that for me is, and that's just the way I've learned my whole life. So that's probably the reason why. But
Wait,
reading,
Stacy, now I forgot you're a coder, but I might need you for this project that me and my friend are trying to do.
you forgot, you forgot my what?
Wait, no, I said I might need me and my friend, Mikey,
Uh-huh.
Costa Rica. Kid has the money to do whatever. We're following on to this project of recreating Davis Fig, and we're doing all marketing and shit like that. But to boost marketing, I'm gonna need likes and comments and shit like that. Are you able to like bot a bunch of accounts like at one go to like and comment and shit like that, or no?
Nah, I mean, I'm not saying that there isn't somebody who could, but that isn't something that it just wouldn't, the time to spend to learn how to do it would not be something that would return to me.
Alright, bet. No, I was just wondering if you knew,
You're
because I
better
was
off
just trying to find
hiring,
more ways to boost the marketing.
you're better off like going to fiverr.com. There are people in fiverr.com that will do it for a fee.
Okay, bet. Say less. Alright, that's all I needed to know. I don't because my friend Mikey doesn't mind paying people. Like we're already gonna pay social media managers and all this shit. Like, dudes, I don't know how the fuck this kid got all this info, but he went
You can
from
also
fucking.
hire people. You can hire people in India or whatever, and you know you can get it.
Alright, cool. That's good to know. I want to trade, but I can't. I just start
Yeah,
getting up earlier.
discipline. Should watch the market open every day,
Yeah,
even if
I
you're not
should.
going to trade.
Well, I was before. It's just ever since I got back from Costa Rica, my time schedule got all messed up and shit, and I've been trying to get back to it. Like my body's still rebooting from the crazy shit we did out there. This kid parties too fucking hard.
All right, guys,
But
I'm going
shit.
to take off.
All right,
Hey,
later,
you have a
Trent.
great one, boss. Nice talking to you, and I appreciate you a lot.
Yeah, anytime. Good talking to you as well. Catch you guys later.
Have a good one.